Dana's.
All right, everyone, we're live.
Okay, great. We have a quorum of the Board of Education. It's 6:05. I'd like to call this meeting to order. It's the February monthly meeting of the Board of Ed. So this evening, the pledge is going to be led by our student reps. Just as a reminder that that's what we're all here for, which is the students. So take it away, student reps.
I pledge allegiance
to
the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Welcome, everyone. We have a bunch of people who are in the waiting room, Dan, for public comment. So before we do that, there's a little bit of housekeeping that we have to do. So this evening we have a pretty long agenda. We basically are going to be talking about our mask in school mandate and post February 28th. We're going to be actually going through where we stand versus our goals. We have a bunch of policy work that we need to do. We're going to be talking about, we're going to revisit the discussion around going back in person in terms of our monthly board meetings. But before we do that, we have to approve a bunch of minutes. So why don't we get to that? We have the meeting minutes from the January regular meeting. Can I have a motion?
I make a motion to approve the minutes for the January regular meeting.
Have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye, Sharon.
Hi, Taffy.
Hi, Melissa.
Hi, Bernadette.
Hi, David. Hi, Peter.
Aye, Tony. All opposed? Motion passes. We have need a motion for the Board of Ed minute meetings for the 1/18/2022 meeting. Can I have a motion for that?
Move that the Weston Board of Education approve the January 18 Board of Education meeting minutes.
Can I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Hi, Melissa.
Hi, Taffy.
Aye, Sharon.
Hi, Bernadette.
Hi, David.
Aye,
Peter.
Tony. Aye, Tony. All opposed? Motion passes. Can I have the next motion for the January 2022 meeting?
We have the executive meeting minutes. Tony, do you want to do those first?
Sorry. Yes,
That's fine.
let's do that first.
Move that the Weston Board of Education approve the January 18, 2022 Board of Education executive meeting minutes.
Can I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Hi,
Aye,
Melissa.
Sharon.
Hi, Taffy.
Hi, Bernadette.
Hi, David. Hi, Peter.
Aye, Tony. All opposed? Okay, motion passes. Next one is the Board of Education meeting minutes for the January 20th, 2022 meeting.
Move that the Weston Board of Education approve the January 20th, 2022 Board of Education meeting minutes.
Can I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Hi, Taffy.
Aye, Sharon.
Hi, Melissa.
Hi, Bernadette.
Hi, David. Hi, Peter.
Aye, Tony. All opposed? Motion passes. The last one is the Board of Education meeting minutes for the January 25th, 2022 meeting.
Move that the Weston Board of Education approve the January 25th, 2022 Board of Education meeting minutes.
All in favor?
Hi, Taffy.
Aye, Sharon.
Hi, Melissa.
Hi, Bernadette.
Hi, David.
Aye, Tony.
Peter.
Aye, Tony. All opposed? Okay, motion passes. If you're wondering why we have all of these minutes in January, one was for the monthly meeting, the regular meeting. The remainder of the minutes were as part of the budget deliberation process. Just as speaking of the budget, we approved the budget at the end of January. We had a presentation of the budget to the Board of Selectmen on the 8th of February. They are ready to pass it on with comments to the Board of Finance. So the meeting that was scheduled this evening, which was the second meeting, was canceled. The next meeting on the budget is going to be the Board of Ed's presentation to the Board of Finance, which is going to be on the 7th of March. In addition, just coming up on March 2nd is a public forum. The Facilities and Optimization Committee work on the optimization of our school and town facilities on March 2nd. It will be the second public forum where the public can participate in a conversation around looking at several preliminary options for the optimization of our school and town facilities in the future. So everyone will be getting an email and probably a flyer at home. I'm not sure if we're going to do flyers this time. That's up to the Board of Selectmen, but in any event, everyone will be receiving an email to remind them on the March 2nd meeting. Before we do public comment, I think much of the public comment this evening was going to be around the mask in school mandate and the mode of education post the February 28th date. Just to recap a little bit for those of you who have not been so involved in the issue, both the Connecticut State Senate and the House approved to extend the governor's executive orders to June 30th, 2022. That being said, they left a decision around mask in schools to the Department of Public Health, Connecticut Department of Education, and the Office of Early Childhood Education to come forward with guidelines post February 28th. Superintendent Wallach issued a letter last week where she would be recommending post February 28th mass choice. There's a whole lot of work that needs to go into what that means in the future. And we're just waiting. And I think we have this discussion when we get to that agenda item, but I just want people to understand before the public comment that we are waiting for the Department of Health and the Connecticut Department of Education and the Office of Early Childhood Education to issue guidelines. But I think it was clear what Superintendent Wallach sent out in a letter to the families and to the parents. And but that doesn't mean that our work has ended. In fact, it's only begun because we have a whole bunch of things to discuss before we actually really come up with a well-articulated framework. More to come later, but maybe we should do the public comment first. So public comment. Public comment is just that. Every individual has an opportunity to raise their hand, identify themselves. We would love to be able to have your video open so that we can see you. Your choice, though. You have by policy, you have up to 5 minutes. Hopefully not every citizen uses their 5 minutes, but you have up to 5 minutes to state your public comment. The board does not respond directly to questions, does not respond directly to individual public comment, but during the public comment, we'll take your concerns, your thoughts, your recommendations on board. And when we get to that agenda item, hopefully we can answer hopefully all of the questions and concerns that you have during the public comment portion of the meeting. So Dan, civility. Most of the emails that we've gotten hundreds of emails out of the board on both sides of the mask in school issues. And we absolutely appreciate, we welcome public participation in the form of email, in the form of public comment. We read all our emails. I try to respond to some of them. Hopefully, I try to respond to all of them. I may not get to all of them, but most of our emails were heartfelt. Everyone was concerned. Everyone is concerned about their student and our students on every side of this issue. Some of the emails definitely were over the line in terms of our civility policy. We expect our students to adhere to our civility policy, and we expect our parents to do the same. So in public comment, just let's make sure our civil discourse is appropriate. And if we find that it's not, we'll probably not allow you to continue to public comment, but I'm sure that's not going to be the case this evening. Anyway, Dan, what?
Tony, can I ask a quick clarifying communications question? Are all
Sure.
the people that are in line to speak, were they able to hear your introduction just now?
No,
Like, were
I was trying to get Tony's attention.
Yeah.
They're still in the waiting room.
they- Waiting
So
room, Tony. So I
you
think
Ah,
can repeat
you might-
that.
Okay,
you might
all
need
right,
to start
so-
that again,
okay,
Yeah.
so
once they're let in.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you want me to let everybody in now, and then Jody will go down the list?
well, we have to do the student reps first before, I want to do that. I want to get the student reps out of the way because we'll have a long public comment session, and maybe we can have the student reps do that first, and then they can scoot
Stay.
off if
Or
they'd like.
stay, or stay.
Or
But
stay.
you may, just to say, you may need to do that introduction again, Tony, when
Okay,
everyone's let in.
all right.
Oh, hi.
So we'll do, yes, student reps, you're up.
We had an exciting past few months. We had midterms, which for the first time. And I know that there was like a lot of anxiety leading up to it, but I really think that the school handled, we met with administration and talked about student concerns, and we formulated a plan that I think really nicely re-entered the process of midterms back into the school, because it's going to be important, especially for seniors going off to college next year. But it was very low stress, and I think that the students overall did pretty well.
Yeah,
in
and
entering
we
that.
personally have gotten a lot of good feedback about the changes and stuff like that, and it definitely went a lot smoother than I thought from before. So it went well. So.
And during midterms, we did have some grades take initiative as well and support their grades. We had students passing out things in the morning before school. We had the seniors host a raffle for some Dunkin' gift cards. So it was great to see the student government sort of taking their own initiative during that time.
Mm-hmm. And recently we've been discussing in our meetings sort of moving community service towards the grade groups as well, just like the grade initiatives, and moving towards different initiatives. I know we've been working with person to person as an entire student government and the exec board, but we also wanted to push forward the initiative for each of the grade groups. So the seniors are working with the Star Foundation. The juniors have been doing cans and bottles at the Onion Barn. I think they have another one scheduled soon. And the sophomores, they recently have planned a book drive, I believe, and are working on doing some sort of little free library thing. I know Carly likes that kind of stuff, so they might be working with her, and she could help them out. But and the freshmen are working with Circle of Friends. So we're working on creating like formulating a plan for each of the grade groups so that we have different community service opportunities for people in the school, and so we can, help out in different ways. And we've been working with a new planning form that outlines the rest of the year. We've been working with our advisors in student government for that. And this could help it, move a little more smoothly going forward so that we can plan more community service events, plan more just general grade events and things like that. Otherwise, we are still planning some community service events with person to person. We're still always in communication with them. So yeah, that's pretty much it for that.
And that planning form that Jake is referring to is sort of like a longevity plan. It's like it's a calendar that's pretty broad over the 4 years. We had them sort of go back over the past few years as well, if they weren't freshmen, and sort of fill in what they did in the past, so that this can be sort of passed down along through their grade student governments as those change over the course of 4 years, so that there's really not just so that there's more continuity between the years, so that it's the grade developing as a whole over 4 years and not just the 6 people for 1 year.
Yeah.
And then the last thing, which is super, super exciting, is that we are having a March Spirit Week. We don't usually do this, but we decided to break off the Deck the Halls portion of our usually November Spirit Week. You might remember it from like 3 years ago, I think, with my freshman year, sophomore year was our last time really sort of doing it at the level that it will be, where grades are, we basically have an overarching theme. This year, it's going to be movie franchises,
Yeah.
and each grade will have their own sort of version of that, and they get to decorate the tea, and it's a really, really exciting time. It's a little bit of a competition, and I think that it's something that students are really looking forward to getting back to. We're going to be having a week of dress ups in March, as well as an all student government hosted event, and each grade group is also being encouraged to do something for their grade during that time. So we're really hoping to amp up spirit in sort of between the breaks, and I think that the students are really excited.
Yeah, it's been great, bringing back sort of a sense of normalcy this year, and we've gotten a lot of positive feedback from all the students and everyone around us. So yeah, we look forward to continuing that.
Love the enthusiasm. Any questions or comments from the board members?
Great job, guys. I like the continuity part. Nicely done.
Thank
Nicely
you.
done. You'll leave a really nice legacy at the high school. So you two have worked hard. Congratulations on that.
Great, thank you. You can stay on, you know the drill. You can stay on or you can sign off, your choice. But we always love to have you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So yes, you can let everyone in. Now, the people in the waiting room didn't hear any of it?
No, that's not how the waiting room works. There's just a screen that says the host will let you in shortly. So I sent them a message that says we'll be letting you in after the student representative portion, but they did not, unless they were watching the live stream, they didn't hear that. So sorry, you got to say it again.
And just FYI, nobody, I just got a text from somebody. If they're in the waiting room, they are not participating in the Zoom. So unless they're also watching concurrently on YouTube, which is highly unlikely,
Right.
They have been entirely in the dark. So
Great.
Entirely.
So let them in.
Okay.
Watch the numbers tick up.
Okay.
Tony, just give it a few minutes as we're waiting for everybody saying connecting to
Sure.
audio. Let's just make sure it says that they've connected so they can hear.
And Tony, you wanted everyone to have their screens on, right?
Yeah, I would love for everyone to have their screens on.
I think that's great.
Is everyone in?
Yep.
Great.
Yeah,
Sorry. I must apologize for having you wait in the waiting room that long. I actually thought that while you were in the waiting room, you could hear the first part. The most exciting part of our board meeting, which is our student reps giving an update on what's going on at the high school. But again, I apologize. So let me kind of just reiterate a few of the points that I made that I'm sorry that you didn't hear while you were in the waiting room. I gather most of the public comment this evening, and in fact, I love the participation this evening. And I gather most of the public comment this evening is going to be around the mask in school and whether, and some concerns or recommendations around going in person in terms of our monthly board meetings. For those of you, and I'm just going to go through it briefly now, for those of you who kind of don't know exactly where we are or are a little confused about what's going on at the state level and so forth, and the mask in school issues, just a little recap. The House and the Senate basically voted last week and Monday to extend the governor's executive orders to June 30th, 2022. But within that, they gave the decision about the mask in school mandate to the Department of Health, the Connecticut Department of Education, and the Office of Early Childhood Education to make recommendations about the post February 28 mandate. As far as I know, up to this morning, when we had a meeting with that included the State Department of Public Health, we are still waiting for their guidelines. While nothing is set in stone, I think all the guidelines are going to be sort of consistent. I don't think any of the public health authorities are going to go against Governor Lamont's initial recommendation of having parent choice post February 28th, but anything could happen between now and Monday. But that's my expectation. That being said, Superintendent Wallach issued a letter to parents that recommended that she's going to recommend parent choice post February 28th. But quite frankly, we have no idea what that really means before we haven't gotten any indication from the Department of Health or the other authorities that need to weigh in on this on exactly what that's going to mean post February 28th. And that's going to be the subject of our discussion when we get to that agenda item. But I just wanted to just broadly bring everyone up to date before we go into public comment, so everyone's on the same page as to where we are and where the superintendent was as of last week. So with that, maybe we can start public comment.
For the first part of public comment, I have a letter that was sent in to us that I was asked to read. It is from an individual by the name of Ali Dembrashak, who lives on Old Mill Road. And she wrote, Dr. Pesco, BOE members, and Superintendent Wolak, please allow this letter to serve as my public comment for the 2/15/22 BOE meeting, as I am unable to attend virtually tonight. For the record, I am a Weston resident and a parent of a kindergarten student and a 2.5-year-old. Following the expiration of the governor's executive order regarding mask mandates and the follow-up letter from Superintendent Wolak, I am requesting the details, metrics, and clear benchmarks around how Weston schools will make a decision around masking at school. With the expiration just 2 weeks away, evaluating there is a need to extend the masking policy until the opportunity to review data from the CDC and American Academy of Pediatrics to shape a clear, data-driven, and detailed plan on masking guidelines for our community. Our community deserves to know what and how the recommendations are being arrived at and why the race to the 2/28 date cannot be extended in order to leave time for gathering, reviewing, and digesting data, allowing for due diligence specifically. What metrics will be put in place that prioritize the health and safety of our students and staff in Weston? What is the status of the mitigation strategies outlined in Superintendent Wolak's email to parents on 2/7? What data is being used to base recommendations and shape metrics? How is success being defined and measured? Is there a contingency plan to return to masking if necessary? For example, if there is a spike in the volume of cases, etc. Simply put, what is the plan? Until the above can be answered with clearly defined metrics, eliminating one of the few protections for our students and staff have to meet an arbitrary deadline without allowing for enough time to gather information is like throwing away your umbrella in a rainstorm because you're not getting wet. Although it may be difficult, tiresome, and perhaps unpopular with some, I trust you will all continue to work fact-based data to outline a clear plan with the interest of our children and community in the forefront.
Okay, thank you. Now, before we get to the individuals in terms of live public comment, I'd like to say a few words. First of all, the board has received hundreds of emails over the last couple of weeks on this issue, and we read every one of them. I try to respond to as many as I can. We appreciate all your comments. We read them, we take them on board. If you haven't been part of the public comment process on our monthly meetings, it's just that public comment. You have an opportunity. You have up to 5 minutes to state your public comment. We don't respond to individuals' public comment. We'll take them on board. And when we get to that agenda item, we'll try to answer as many questions and concern as you might have. So with that, and like I said, I love the fact that we have this participation. We very rarely have that many people who are interested in our board meetings. So I really welcome this, and thank you for participating. And maybe we can just get started.
I would like to jump in for one quick second. If everybody who's part of the meeting, if you could please make sure that your display name is your full name. And I don't know how to do that on every single device, but usually if there's an options, or if you tap on your video little icon, there's the 3 dots and you can rename yourself. That way we know exactly what your name is. There are some guests who are currently in the meeting who we cannot tell your first and last name, so it's a little bit more difficult for us to announce who you are. We will be announcing one person at a time in order to speak. So please take a moment and change your display name so it's your full first and last name.
Yeah, just a couple more things. One is you have to state your name and the street you live on. We do that for all public comments in all of our town board meetings. The second is most of the emails we've received are really heartfelt. We do have a civility policy that we expect our students to adhere to. We expect the same from our parents. Most of our emails were really very heartfelt. There were a few that definitely over the line. If you can't adhere to our civility policy, then probably won't be allowed to continue. But I doubt we will have that problem this evening.
Tony, can I just ask one quick question? So I'm going to be taking notes for myself. Are we able to, if someone makes a public comment and one of us is not clear on something that they said, are we able to ask for clarification on that, or is it best effort?
I think it's let's just best effort. I'm sure everyone will be very clear about what they think.
Are we ready to start for public comment?
Sure.
Okay, the first individual is Aaron Burkhoff. Please state your name again and the street that you live on. Thank you.
Absolutely. Good evening, everyone. Good morning or good evening, Dr. Pesco, Superintendent Wolak, and board and community members. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Aaron Burkhoff. My wife is Julie Flom. She and I live on Norfield Woods Road here in Weston with our 6-year-old daughter who's in first grade at Hurlbut and our 3-year-old son who's in the ELC program at Hurlbut as well. My wife is actually a public health expert and pediatrician, and had prepared some remarks to share some of her education expertise, and unfortunately got pulled away to be with our children. So I'm going to actually just read this, and so this is some again remarks that Julie had prepared on both of our behalf. So without further ado, here I go. I am a pediatrician, allergist, and immunologist, and trained in public health and epidemiology. I am also the mother of 2 children at Hurlbut. I just want to share my concerns about this premature removal of required masking in the schools. While I am excited for the day our children no longer need to wear a mask, and I believe we are close to that date, now is not the right time for mask requirements to end in our elementary school. I regularly watch American Academy of Pediatrics biweekly COVID meetings, and the organization and the experts at these meetings consistently support the continued need for masks in schools, including in our area of the country, given our current level of community transmission, despite the fact that levels are thankfully improving. The AAP is cognizant of and carefully considers all aspects of child health and development and after weighing risks and benefits of masks, currently suggests that masks be used at this time. It is hard for me to understand how the medical advisors to the board are making recommendations that are inconsistent with those of the AAP. There are a few important mitigation strategies for the prevention of COVID, and masking is currently the only one that's being utilized in our district appropriately. Others include vaccination, ventilation, and screening. When we do take an important mitigation strategy, when we take away an important mitigation strategy, we need to be sure that we have others. For vaccines, vaccine uptake in the 5 to 11-year-old age group is too low to provide benefit, and no vaccines are available for siblings and students under the age of 5, which is our situation here in our home. When the vaccination rate is at 80 to 90% and all children can be vaccinated, that will provide an important layer of protection. So that's with regard to vaccination. With regards to ventilation, our school system does not have adequate ventilation right now. 4 to 6 air exchanges per hour is considered optimal, and ours is reported in classrooms to be 2 to 3 air exchanges per hour by the head of, according to the head of facilities. And my wife and I would happily, just on that point in terms of ventilation, we would happily volunteer to organize donations in town or on behalf of the PTO, however we might be able to do that, to acquire the equipment that would be able to help us improve the air exchange levels. Finally, screening is an important component of mitigation as well. And while we do have a screening option in town, we just don't have enough enrollment or enough people in the school participating for it to really be a viable tool. Having additional mitigation strategies in place would position us to more safely remove the masking requirement. And of note, several private schools in New York City are currently requiring vaccines and have above 90% vaccination rates, and also mandate screening of all students 1 to 2 times per week while continuing to require masks. Finally, there seems to be a lot of discussion about how COVID is not bad for children. While this is thankfully often true, I've heard about too many COVID cases in the pediatric ICU at Yale and are being followed at long COVID clinics. And unlike flu, there are no FDA approved treatments for children under age 12 right now. And it is even challenging to get antibody treatment for my immune deficient patients, given lack of FDA approval and low supply. This will all change, and hopefully soon. But in the interim, we need to be very thoughtful and deliberate in planning for de-implementation of masks. And until we have other mitigation strategies in place to compensate, we need to follow guidance of the AAP and CDC rather than local health officials we should say, we think that those
30 seconds remaining.
Guidance of the AAP and CDC really should be informing our local health officials. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Aaron. And thank Julie as well.
Okay. The next individual that I have on the list is an Alexandria Circone.
Hi there, it's Alexandria Circone, but
Circone. Okay, I apologize for that.
That's fine. My maiden name was Johnson, which would have been a lot easier. So again, Alexandria Circone, my family and I live on Godfrey Road West. We have 2 children at Hurlbut Elementary School. And our request, I have sort of 2 questions. The first being, we'd like to know how you came to the preliminary decision to end the mask mandate at Weston Public Schools, specifically what metrics and data you used. Mark Cooper, director of Aspetuck Health Department, stated that, quote, most transmission is happening in social situations, not in schools, unquote. Social situations being where kids are most likely unmasked, as opposed to in schools where they are most definitely masked. So we know it wasn't that metric. The CDC states that, quote, masking is a critical public health tool for preventing the spread of COVID-19 and recommends, quote, if you are 2 years or older and are not up to date with your COVID-19 vaccinations, wear a mask indoors in public. The American Academy of Pediatrics recommends, quote, universal masking for everyone over 2 years. Weston's infection rate is still in the red zone at nearly 35 positives per 100,000 residents. The vaccination rate for the youngest eligible group is a paltry 54%, with expectations of full vaccination is still low, roughly 64% by the time the mask mandate ends. The voluntary testing rate is even less. The last number I could find was under 20% participation rate. Given these facts, the statistics, public health recommendations, what scientific data did you look at that would indicate that it is safe to congregate at school unmasked, specifically for the youngest children? I realize vaccination rates at the high school level it's a different ballgame. My second question is, once the mandate is lifted, I'm wondering what your plan is for when increased numbers of staff and teachers are out on quarantine from exposure and potentially testing positive. As Mark said on Saturday's call, quote, every time we undo or stop doing a mitigating strategy, the risk of COVID increases. So, so it follows that we should expect an increase in a positive case among staff. When teachers are out, what untapped resources do you plan to use to ensure that there is no disruption to learning? I'm concerned that currently there is not either the budget or the staff for this, as my children have actually described watching videos instead of having Spanish, often multiple days over multiple weeks since January of 2022. How will you ensure that children do not fall behind because of teacher absences, when the absence of even one teacher has already led to disruptions? And that's the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexandra.
Thank you.
The next individual that I have is Thomas Coppola. Please state your full name and your address.
Hi, Thomas Coppola. My children live at 54 Old Hyde Road in Weston. Thank you for letting us speak. I appreciate the time and the opportunity. I think it's a very polarizing situation. There's certainly people on both sides of the aisle that feel strongly about things. In the same vein that I've heard other people asking, despite Aaron's, the previous gentleman's walkthrough of airflow counts and radiators and airflow in the rooms and so on and so forth. The reality is his wife is a doctor, didn't really point to any science of why we should keep masks. And so I would make the same argument of, despite the science, of which there's none, there's really no science that supports keeping mask mandates in place, especially under this guise of an executive order. So I would ask that, because it's contentious, why doesn't a seemingly reasonable middle ground seem to be to give the parents, which is what the state has suggested, which Weston seems to be moving towards, but clearly not there yet, to give the parents the right to make the choice of what they want to do with their children, right? So the chance of a child under 17 dying from COVID is like 23/1000%. You have greater chances of being struck by a train or lightning, right? So 90% of the kids between the ages of 12 and 17 in Weston are already vaccinated. So you've got a very vaccinated, I think there's 6 open cases or people in quarantine in the entire student council at this point. So if people want to send their kids with masks, that's fantastic. But in light of science that supports or it gives any clear differential, right? Even the CDC now has come full circle and said, there's really no principle. There's no statistical evidence that shows that wearing masks have done anything to stop the spread of COVID or protected our children at all. Yet there's a lot of evidence on the other side about the detriments to their health, their psychology, social engineering, social interaction, particularly with preschoolers. So I would ask the same thing. There seems to be a call for transparency, and that's universal, and I support that. So if we were to file freedom of information requests, who in the town should we begin to contact in order to get access to the dialogue and the emails between the state, the Board of Education, and the administration about the topic and about the same thing the other one said, the variables that were used to evaluate this and make the decision that's going to be presented. Thank you for the time. I appreciate it.
Let me just answer a technical. Thank you, Thomas. Thanks for your comments. Technically, every citizen is entitled to request information under the Freedom of Information Act. That request for information goes always to the administration. Sometimes it comes to me and I'll hand it over to the administration, or it goes to the administration directly. If it's a valid, there's obviously this, federal law around freedom of information. If it's a valid freedom of information request, then it'll be then it'll be handled with all of our other freedom of information requests. Simple as that.
Fair.
Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate
Okay.
all of my contact, all of my lawyers.
Sure.
Thank you.
The next individual that we have is Ariana Sparanza.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for the time. I was just wanted to log in to voice my opinion on that. I know there's science on both sides. Sorry, I have all three kids screaming. If the mask protects the wearer, I really feel that it should be the choice of the parents as to whether or not we put a mask on our child. We each know our children individually, whether or not they can sustain the rest of the school year with the mask. I know my children very well. They're mine. I raised them. I grow them. And mine can't do it anymore. So I just wanted to take the time to let you know that my kids can't do this, and I would really appreciate the choice being up to the parent.
Thanks, Ariana.
Okay. The next individual that I have, Betty, X13 Pro. Would you mind changing the screen name on Zoom to your full name and letting us know your street address, please? Betty?
I don't see Betty on here. Is she on another? Here we go.
There, it says Betty's X13 Pro, but there's no last name, so. Okay.
Why don't we move to the next?
I can move on
and-
to the next person. The next individual that I have is Brian Buckmir. Again, please state your full name and state your address. Mr. Buckmir? Okay. The next individual that I have is.
By the way, if we call your name and somehow you haven't managed to turn on your screen, or just raise your hand in the future, we'll circle around to you.
Brian Buckmir's here.
Okay.
Oh, okay, great. There you go.
Okay. You can go ahead, Mr. Buckmir.
Thank you. Brian Buckmir of Laurel Lake East. My wife and I, with our two kids, Isabella and Lucas, are in the Weston schools. One's in the 6th and one's in the 4th grade. And we want to see their smiles, the social interaction, the facial cues that children, grow up with and learn to communicate. There's enough disconnect with social media and screen time and such. And I would appreciate if we could just all, get back to our facilitation of that. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Brian.
The next individual that I have is Cami Bayme. Cami Bayme, will you be joining us? I don't think so. Okay. The next individual that I have is Courtney Walsh. Courtney Walsh, will you be joining us?
Cami just put in the chat on I'm unable to unmute. Jody.
Okay, let me see if I can unmute her.
The only thing we can do, Jody, is ask to unmute, but
yeah, that's what I did.
Allow us to unmute people. So Cami, I know you can hear us. If you see a pop-up that says unmute, or you were asked to unmute, you can go ahead and click on that.
I don't think she's able to. We can come back to Cami.
Okay.
The next individual is Courtney Walsh. Courtney, are you online? No, it looks like Courtney dropped off. The next individual is Dana Repka. Dana Repka, you can unmute yourself.
Okay. Hi, yes, I'm here. Thank you. I just, first of all, I know you guys have heard from me before. I know you know that I would really like mask choice, but I just want to first say thank you. I know that, You are getting hundreds of emails, all of you here on the board, for mask choice, for keeping them on, for taking them off entirely. Thank you for listening to all of those emails. I appreciate it. And what I'd really just like to say is I'm not going to sit here and talk about science and data. And, you know, we all go to our favorite websites and we find the information that we want to see at this point, is really how this pandemic is playing out. But I think the most important thing to realize at this point, 2 years out, is that other towns and other states have been having mask choice for a number of months. And we are certainly not hearing about massive outbreaks that are happening in these schools. I think it's really important that we talk about parent choice, and ultimately that should be the driving force going on when you all decide the exact plans for what happens between, you know, now and February 28th. We are all functioning adults in society that can make choices for our own children. I know that up until this point, your hands have been tied. But now that we have the option to have those choices, we need to be able to make them for our children. If you'd like your children to be in a mask, I think that is excellent. Please keep it on. If there's a situation where you'd like your children to take it off, by all means, I think they should be able to take it off. There is just no outstanding evidence that shows that keeping that mask on them all day is beneficial whatsoever. I have a first grader and a third grader. The first thing that comes to mind right now is just, what are they even breathing in these masks? The junk that my daughter comes home with on her mask is absurd. So just to get that off of her face would be very nice. And hey, there may be one day where I want her to have it on. So again, the choice is the important part that I think we all need to be talking about. The one-way protection of masks is what I am hearing helps. So if you'd like your child to wear one, I think that is ideally exactly where this should be going. My first grade daughter has not been in school without a mask. She was in the fours class at St. Francis when this all started. So it would really be great for her to be in school in some way with some people that don't have masks on all the time. Phonetically, when it comes to her teachers teaching her phonics, there's things I can see that she's missing. Because she can't see their faces. Socially, I think a lot could be done with the classes actually just being able to mix at recess. I actually had a conversation with my daughter's teacher today just about the idea that they've been playing with the same kids now for the entire year at recess in school. And just like if you're playing with your brother and sister, it gets a little old. So it would be nice to just change things up as well, just for recess. So again, I know my time is probably ending, but I completely respect the people that want to have masks on. And I completely respect the people that want to have them off. Again, it's parent choice. Lamont has given us that option starting February 28th. And I know that there's been question about the youngest ones keeping it on simply because there haven't been enough vaccinations. But truthfully, those little ones need the option to take them off, and the parents need to be able to choose. Again, thank you. I know this hasn't been an easy topic, but I'm just excited that, you know, we're even going to be talking about this come February 28th. Thank you. Oh, and I live on Twin Walls Lane. Sorry.
Thanks, Dana.
The next individual that I have is Dana Constanda. Please state your name again and the address where you live.
It's actually Tyler Constanda. That's what I go by. Sorry. And it's Fanton Hill. I first want to thank everybody for sitting through all of this. I know I feel like this has been the longest month of all of this outside of the COVID realm. But I wanted to say that since COVID began in 2019, there has been only one retrospective study on whether masks on children prevent them from getting COVID. The results were inconclusive. In May of 2021, the CDC published an article on COVID transmission. The findings said within the school's distancing, hybrid models, barriers, HIPAA filters, and masks were found not to have any significant benefits. Countries like Switzerland, France, Italy, Ireland, UK are exempt from children wearing masks. We are not. I understand that Connecticut schools have seen the largest surge in OT, speech and language, and mental health needs for children ever. Delays from children not being able to see each other's faces, how they pronounce letters, how children show emotion through their face has all but disappeared. The significance of this, scientists believe, is lifelong. I am asking, I am begging that our children are allowed to have a choice. I respect that the parents who want to keep their kids in a mask, please do so. I want to have a choice for my children. Thank you.
Thanks, Tyler.
Thank you. The next individual I have is Dave Toby. Please unmute yourself and state your street address.
Hi, this is Dave Toby. I live on Northfield Woods Road, and honestly, I didn't have anything prepared. I wasn't sure I was going to say anything. I respect everyone's opinions. I think couching this as a matter of choice is an important one. My children, my youngest is too young to be vaccinated. It feels to me like I don't have a choice yet. I don't think that's a permanent situation. I think soon she can be vaccinated. And then I think whether to mask or not is a safe and viable choice. And right now it doesn't feel that way. That's really all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Thanks, Dave.
Thank you. The next individual I have is Edmund Warchick. Please unmute yourself and state your street address.
9 Rose Korea Place. Edmund Warchick. Hi, I wanted to thank everyone for giving us the opportunity to speak tonight. This has been a very, very difficult subject for my family. We have 2 children, one in 8th grade, and we have a 3rd grader. And both of them have been suffering from problems with headaches. I actually had to go to the doctor with my youngest in order to get a slip from the doctor so he could take more mask breaks during the day. So he's allowed to take up to 5 mask breaks to get rid of the headaches that he's been getting from wearing a mask and inhaling all the toxins that come out of your body. My other son, his face has broke out in such a bad rash that we have been unable to control it with medication and other items. So our fear is that my son, Ethan, is going to suffer more issues due to the toxins being inhaled into his body and creating the headaches that we're going to be able to deal with. That's our fear, my wife and I, Jenny, that, you know, we don't know what the results are from having these masks on these children all the time. You know, it's not healthy, and it's not good for their growth. And then I have, you know, a 14-year-old whose face is, you know, has, you know, it's red all the time and broken out from wearing these masks because they're so unhealthy for kids at all ages. So now that now that Governor Lamont has given parents the choice, we believe that, you know, we should all have the choice. We believe that if a person wants to have their child wear a mask, we're okay with that. You know, if they would like us to stand 6 feet apart, we're okay with that. You know, but the kids that don't want to wear a mask, or the parents that choose to have their kids not wear a mask, that should be okay also. And I think that's the one thing that we have missed, is that people aren't giving the choice anymore. We're being mandated to do things that are, even if they're unhealthy or unscientific, because like the last person said, there's no science in what's going on right now. It's just being mandated on us and forced for us to participate in something that we feel is not healthy for our child. And what's our option? Send them to private school, leave the state of Connecticut? You know, we don't have much of an option. It's very unfortunate, and we're excited, and hopefully the Board of Education will follow the guidelines that the governor has laid down, saying that parents will have a choice. So I appreciate your time. Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity to voice our opinion.
Thank you, Edmund.
Thank you very much. The next individual I have is Elena Haleunian. Please unmute yourself and state your address.
Hello, everyone. My name is Elena Haleunian. I'm on Steep Hill Road. I'm the house with the Unmask Your Kids signs in the tree, if anybody wonders whose that is. Chair Pesco, members of the board, administrators, thank you for having this session and giving us the ability to speak. Most of you know who I am. Many of the parents on this also know who I am. I am a parent advocating for my child and for others' children to have mask choice. What I've witnessed since August, essentially, when I naively presented my exemption for my daughter to now is, I'm just shocked. So I don't want to get into all that, but the abuses, the misfeasance, the deflections, the whatever, as it relates to the harassment for my kid in school, very much unacceptable, improper. But we're beyond that, and I think my kid is much stronger for that. So I'm here to advocate mask choice, the repeal of policy 5132.1C completely in its entirety. I think that will be the best for everybody. And those, like I echo the other parents here, those who feel that they should continue to wear masks and their kids should continue to wear masks, that's totally appropriate. We're not taking that away. And I guess I would also say, we are the same parents, right? So if we felt that the masks on balance is the right for our kids, I would be the first one to duct tape a mask to my kid's face to protect her. So what I'd like to do next is just point out for everybody the Weston dashboard for COVID quote unquote cases is 5 as of today. So I watch that on a daily basis. And in mid-December, when we were going through the last whatever surge of COVID, it was close to 200 and probably a lot more than 200 because I'm sure kids got COVID, they weren't tested, they didn't report it, whatever. So masks, not sure if they really work. In fact, they don't work, but I'm not going to debate the science. So what I'd like to do at the rest of this time, if everybody will entertain me with this, Olivia, my daughter, who's in 10th grade, was supposed to present here also. Unfortunately, she has skating practice today. And what I'd like to do is read to you the statement that she prepared that she was supposed to deliver to the General Assembly last week. She was one of the speakers that was picked, and unfortunately, to the chaos of that process, she didn't get to present it. So I'm going to read it, and I apologize, I'm just reading it. She had it all presented as a speech, but I'm just going to read it. So this is from Olivia Haleunian, 10th grade student in Weston High School. For the past year and a half, I have been battling against my school's mask mandate policies. The mask has interfered with my attention as well as my learning. I constantly fiddle with the mask, and it causes me to lose focus. I've thrown up a couple times in my mask and have trouble breathing. The classroom stuffiness and differing temperatures has caused me to leave the classroom to take a few minutes to calm down and relax. And that distracts me from the lesson. Ending gym class, also being worked up, fatigued, nauseous. But no matter how difficult, the mask might be, quote unquote, you keep it up from the teachers. Progressing in this pandemic, the facts were clear that masks were not effective and should not be forced on us kids. Seeing how the staff would comment, staff meaning the administrators, quote, people should really be wearing their masks, exclamation mark. That's what the nurse said as I passed through my guidance counselor's office. Her mask was completely off. Teachers and other staff can't even bother to wear their masks correctly, also below their noses, something that I've constantly been reprimanded for and given multiple detentions and 2 suspensions from school. Kids wear masks in school
30 seconds remaining.
more than anyone, and it's affected their learning. Put up your mask or I'm taking points off your daily grade, the gym teacher says. How are we supposed to do physical activities with the mask indoors? Hearing the phone ring in class, already knowing it's for me, seeing my principal in the halls, always having not 1, but 2 people talk to me to put up my mask. It's like PTSD. Being followed outside by the security officer because I took my mask off 2 feet away prior to exiting the door. Being told to put my mask on while I'm walking out of the bathroom or simply standing and eating in the halls. It's exhausting.
I'm sorry, the 5 minutes are up.
Thank you very much.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate the time. Do the right thing for the children.
Okay, thank you, Elena. Do we have next?
Yes, thank you. The next individual is Ellen Crafts. Please state your name and your street.
Thank you, everybody. My name is Ellen Crafts, and I'm on Northfield Road. I just want to thank everybody on the board and the superintendent for the opportunity to speak tonight. And this is a very difficult topic, and we all feel very strongly about it, no matter what side we're on. Our daughter, my husband Trevor and I have a daughter in kindergarten at Hurlbut, and I'm asking today for the Weston Board of Ed to keep the current COVID protocols in place and make any decisions moving forward based on the data and the guidance from experts in public and children's health, to include the CDC and the American Society of Pediatrics. As of today, Fairfield County and Weston community transmission levels are still in the red. There have been various mitigation strategies recommended by the CDC that can be used to reduce the risk of spread of COVID-19, including vaccination, universal indoor masking, screening and testing, and ventilation. But currently, as we know, the only mitigation strategy that we're having appropriately employed in Weston Public Schools is universal indoor masking. We've heard you, Superintendent Wallach and Mark Cooper of the Health Department, quote current vaccination rates of our students as a reason for mask removal for all students and teachers. However, with the FDA recently announcing that vaccinations for children 5 and under are paused, this means that the Weston preschool will not be able to vaccinate students pre or post 2/28. And our current HES vax numbers, fully vaxxed, are only at 50%. We know that children who aren't vaccinated are at greater risk to get the MS-C, the multi-system inflammatory system, from a COVID infection, which can result in death. Are we willing to take that risk? And sadly, vaccination alone is not a guarantee that children and staff won't get infected with the Omicron variant or any other variant that comes down the pike. Obviously, a bespoke approach is needed for our youngest students' safety. And we'd like to hear about our school staff as well, because we're concerned about them. What is the current vaccination rate of staff in our schools? And has that been factored into the preliminary recommendation, Superintendent, that you gave on February 11th? You know, masks aren't an issue for our daughter. Sadly, they're all she's known. But we also talk as a family about what they mean and how we wear them, not just to protect ourselves, but others. That's the importance of masks. Listen, I long for the day that she won't have to wear a mask, but the lessons that we all should have learned these past 2 years is that we aren't in control of what happens with COVID. We will feel tired and frustrated that nothing is what it once was in our lives. But we must continue to work for the greater good, keeping each other safe and being strong together. And in doing that, we're going to teach our kids some of the greatest lessons we can give them. So let's follow science and data and stay rational and protect our kids. That's our job as parents, and it's your job as superintendent and board members. And we thank you so much for that and for all the work that you've done on this issue to date. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, Ellen.
Thank you. The next individual I have is Eric Braun. Please state your name and your street. Eric Braun.
He says he has no comment in the chat.
Okay.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Thanks,
The next individual I have is Gianluca Ruggiero.
Hi, it's me speaking. Thank you all. Thank you, Board of Education, for the time today, the opportunity to talk. I'm Gianluca Ruggiero. We live at 83 Old Hyde Road. We have 2 kids, one in 4th and one in 10th grade. So a lot of people today have spoken about data, science, and so forth. And actually, you know, there are a lot of there is no clarity about this. There are basically issues on both sides. There are papers saying that it's working, papers that are peer-reviewed papers that are saying it's the opposite. There are a lot of studies about the psychological effects of masks on kids. There is a very recent Johns Hopkins University an institution which was very, very vocal about the the preventive measures against COVID, which is proving that all the measures used so far were not actually helping. So we don't really know. Now, the only thing that I would love everyone of us here to focus on is basically, what do we want to be as parents? What is the future? What is the direction that we want to give our kids? Especially when we have situations like in the recent days, in the Super Bowl, for example, where everyone who is obliging people to wear masks were not actually wearing masks. And it's not just the Super Bowl. Is basically every time we go to a restaurant, every time we go to a public space where we are allowed to wear off masks, we are doing that. And what is the science behind that? The same science should apply to our kids when they're sitting in their schools. So what is basically the example that we want to set for our kids? That's what I'm asking as parents, because basically we're giving them very strange and contradictory signals, and they're not stupid, but they might well think that we are stupid, because basically we are saying something to them to do, and they basically the same day when we go all to the restaurant, we're showing a very different behavior. So I think if we want to build a better society, we should actually start, being very honest about what is happening. And the reality is that the science has no answers. Just recently, Liana Wen, who is again, not a conspiracy theorist, she's the leading doctor from CNN. She said, well, now science has changed, so we can actually all abandon the mask wearing and so forth. So everything is changing. Why? And people are willing to leave. I do not condemn people in the Super Bowl or in the restaurants wanting to live their life. What I'm asking for is that we allow our children to have a choice, at least, to decide what they want to do. Because also a lot of the peer-reviewed documents about wearing masks, they are in favor of the protection of the wearer. They are not saying very much about the protection of the community in general. So, and I sum up, I would love to ask the Board of Education and everyone to really consider the choice of mask for the kids and for our kids. On top of this, although I very much appreciate your efforts in organizing this meeting online, and I appreciate the fact that one of the reasons is that you can reach more people doing this, I would say you would reach even more people if we were allowed to have meetings in person as well. So I would recommend that we take actually both. So we do a Zoom meeting and a meeting in person at the same time, which is technically possible. If it's needed, I can help you with the technology to arrange that. And this is all I want to say. So thank you very much for your time today and for your efforts.
Thank you, Gianluca.
Thank you very much. The next individual I have is Daniela Ackley. Please unmute yourself, state your name and your street address.
Hi, my name is Daniela Ackley. I'm on Northfield Farm Lane. Sorry, I'm like this. I wasn't. I have nothing prepared, as I wasn't sure I'd be speaking today. But then I couldn't help myself because this is. I'm very passionate about this. I just want to discuss quickly what everybody's saying, and I'm asking parents to think about our children's experience at school every day. For over 2 years, they have been going to school and wearing masks over 8 hours a day. I don't know if any of these parents who want masks have ever done that, but it's not pleasant. It's horrible. And I get it. At the beginning, we needed that. We have to consider the immunocompromised, the elder, our family. COVID was very scary to start. We didn't know what to do with it. We didn't know how to treat it. There were no vaccines. I get it. I agree with that. But it's been 2.5 years, and we can all agree, as everywhere, that the virus is no longer what it used to be. It's much more mild. The chances of anyone that's vaccinated of actually dying or being hospitalized are very low. The chances of children being hospitalized are near zero, of dying are near zero. And if you are immunocompromised, you can get vaccinated 4 times. You can wear your K95 or 95 masks. I am asking that for choice, obviously. Our children deserve a better experience at school. They deserve to be able to play with their friends. They deserve to be able to learn and seeing the facial. A lot of learning, it's not what they hear, it's what they see. And they can't learn properly that way. Some of these parents are concerned about, the kids falling behind if they miss school. Well, guess what? They're already going to fall behind if we keep going this way. The teachers want a mask. They can mask if they want. It's choice. My daughter comes home every day with a headache. She's in first grade. My son breaks out all the time, and he's in 3rd grade. They constantly ask me if they can go to school without a mask. It breaks my heart to not be able to do anything for them, that they keep having to do this every day. I'm sorry. So the State Department of Health has agreed to lift the mandate. I don't see why our town, who has an extremely high vaccination rate and low, the state of Connecticut, the numbers are decreasing, much lower than it was a month ago. I don't see why we don't go with them. I don't see why we wouldn't follow the guidelines, since we have always followed them since the beginning. So I beg you, please give our kids a choice. Thank you.
Thanks, Daniela.
I'm sorry, I was not unmuted. My apologies. The next individual I have is Jenna Williams. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your first name. Please state your name and unmute yourself.
Yes, good evening, everyone. My name is Shanae Williams, and me and my husband, Tom Kubik, live at 146 Old Hyde Road with our daughter, who's a 1st grader at Hurlbut Elementary. Last Friday, February 11th, we wrote 2 letters to the chairperson of the board in support of the current masking requirement in Weston schools, and we'd like those letters to be part of this record if possible. Simply put, we fervently believe this town should follow the guidance of the Center for Disease Control and Prevention and the American Academy of Pediatrics on this issue of masking in schools. Their current recommendation, I checked this morning, is to have universal indoor masking by all students ages 2 years and older, staff, teachers, and visitors to K through 12 schools, regardless of vaccination status. That's their recommendation. We should follow it. We do not support this board taking action until we understand the basis upon which they're taking action and are satisfied that it is well-informed, scientifically guided, and fact-based. Before taking action to change the current masking requirement, we'd like to see a written plan that identifies objective criteria and metrics that the board will use to determine when it is safe for students to remove their masks. The plan should also identify criteria and metrics that will determine when we need to reverse course and reinstate the masking requirement. We haven't seen such a plan yet, and we need to before we can support changing the current mask requirement, which we think is working, by the way, it appears to be, and it's keeping our kids in school and keeping them safe. The risk of being wrong in our timing of when we remove the mask mandate is grave. We're talking about children's health and the health of the parents, cafeteria workers, bus drivers, teachers, and a host of other individuals who work and otherwise participate in our public education system. For this reason, we want this issue approached cautiously and conservatively. As my husband is fond of saying, better safe than sorry. I'm going to cede my time now to a neighbor of mine from 24 Tubbs Spring Roll, Dr. Amber Brody, who happened to make it tonight.
Hi, I'm a geriatrician. My name is Dr. Brody. Many of you might know me. I finally made it here in a rush. I was taking care of COVID patients. That alone is, unfortunately, I don't want to make people afraid of my family, but I do wear my PPE properly, and we have never gotten COVID. And I have been literally swimming in it since February or even January of 2020. I've been wearing a mask since, and like I said, I have never gotten COVID. Thank God my family has not. We're all vaccinated. My children are vaccinated. But put it simply, I'm just, better safe than sorry. Let's not let the horse out of the barn. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next individual I have, we have Johan's iPhone. Could you please identify yourself with your first and last name? Is he still on? No, I don't think so. Okay, the next one I have is Julia. I'm sorry if I'm going to mispronounce this. I'm going to spell it. It's Tzraska, Traska. Please state your name for us and your street address. Julia, would you like to speak? Okay. The next one I have is Kate Worrell. Please unmute yourself and state your street address.
Hi, my name is Kate Worrell. I'm just 44 Birch Hill. I'm just going to try to get my camera on. 1 second. All right, good evening, everybody. Thank you to all the board members, like everybody else has mentioned, for taking the time to listen to all of us, both sides of the story. I respect everybody's opinion, both sides, as other people have mentioned this evening, about choice, whether you choose to wear a mask or whether you choose not to. I personally, for myself, the health benefits of my 3 children, physically and mentally, am asking for mask choice. I have a son in kindergarten, I have a son in 4th grade, and a daughter in 6th grade. So we are present at 3 of the 4 schools in Weston. And I can say I'm beyond happy this year with my teachers. They are excellent with my children. We are making great strides in education. And I feel that the last step I would like to see taken is to remove the masks. That being said, I would like to share with everybody quickly. These are my son's masks, my kindergartner. These beautiful masks were made by a Weston resident. They are wonderfully sewn. I am a sewer, so I can tell that the quality is there. And he comes home every day with a chewed through mask. Okay, chewed through, 2 layers, chewed through, soaking wet from his nose to his chin. He is a bright boy. He's a healthy boy. He's a happy boy. The past month, I have been called 4 times by the wonderful assistant principal, Mr. Paler at Horwat, because my son is being physically aggressive towards other children in his class. It is not fair to him, and is definitely not fair to the other children in his class. And is not something my husband and I teach our children. When he comes home and he is on the weekends, he is playing, he is loving, he is caring. And this behavior that I don't recognize only occurs during class time. On top of the physical abuse that unfortunately my son is putting on to his classmates from frustration of wearing a mask, not being able to breathe because he suffers from severe allergies as well. He's also now beginning with speech impairment. And I know from experience of my 4th grade son, who has been battling with speech since kindergarten or prior to, I know the troubles that he's, and now I see them starting with my youngest son because he cannot see tongue placement and lip movement from his teachers. I'm moving to my older son that I just mentioned has speech issues, learning issues. It's devastating to me that 2nd grade was his last time in the classroom, and he had been making great strides with Mrs. Malone at Hurlbut. We went into 3rd grade. It was a horrible year. I had a difficult time communicating with our teacher to help my son move forward with his learning. He fell behind in spelling. He fell behind in handwriting, and he did more than just lose a year. I know many people say that we lost a year. He lost so much more because he was already delayed. He has been working with a tutor for a year and a half now. I pay that fee right out of my pocket. It's $260 a week. So my son can learn how to write, learn how to spell, and learn how to actually organize a paper to write a story. He is
30
forced
seconds
at
remaining.
school. Thank you. He's forced at school to talk to text because he is not quick enough to write with a pencil and paper. So now having a mask on, not understanding how to write, not understanding the words coming out of other people's mouths is just delaying him even more. So I please ask for mask choice. I respect everybody's opinion, and I hope that you can respect mine in allowing my child to breathe, my children to breathe, and my youngest child to stop eating fabric. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate.
The next individual I have is Carrie Wilson. Carrie, if you would unmute yourself and state your street address, please. Carrie Wilson. Okay. The next individual that I have is Catherine Goldberg. Catherine, would you like to speak? Please unmute yourself and state your street address. Okay. The next individual I have is Katya Usnia. If you would like to speak, please unmute yourself and state your street address.
Yes, hi.
Thank you.
Hey everyone, good evening. My name is Katya Usenia, and I'm at Treadwell Lane in Weston. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'll be short today. I wanted to voice our support for mask choice at our schools. The science is very clear by now. I know there has been a lot of debate on both sides, but it depends which sources we use, but it's very clear, and it has been acknowledged by many other countries and states that masks are not effective against coronavirus. Moreover, there are multiple studies and clear evidence showing the detrimental effects of mask wear on kids, both physically and mentally. And we heard stories today from other parents with examples of that. We have been in communication with the school since the beginning of the school year to acknowledge and accept our daughter's mask exemption from the pediatrician. We presented 3 distinct letters over the course of several months showing the mask wearing and the negative impact that they have on her health. However, somehow the administrative personnel in the school or the school district made the decision to not accept the mask exemption. But those are the people who have never seen or examined the child. So I just wanted to ask if it makes sense to anybody, or if it sounds reasonable to anyone. I also would like to add that we're in favor of resuming in-person Board of Education meetings so that parents of Weston and Board of Education members can have more open discussions on this topic. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Katya.
Thank you. The next individual that I have is Christine Lemus. Christine, if you would like to speak, please unmute yourself, state your name and your street address. Okay, the next individual would be Larissa Tedesco. If you would like to speak, please unmute yourself and state your name and street address.
Jody, I think some people might be having trouble getting unmuted. Can we try that strategy again where we send them a notice to unmute? I think the last maybe 2 or 3 people.
Okay, I'm going to try with Christine. I just asked her to unmute.
And Ms. Goldberg too.
Oh, okay. I don't think Christine is able to get through. Let me try Ms. Goldberg. I'm trying Catherine Goldberg. Oh, there we go.
Hi. Yes, hi, sorry. New phone.
Okay, good.
Hi, everyone. So I just want to say thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak this evening. And then again, I echo, I think what a lot of people have said tonight, that I really understand both sides of the argument. To give a little context, I've been in public health for 15 years. I was working in New York, kind of on the front lines of public health at the time that the pandemic started. So I would just say, I think we've had 2 years now to see that this virus is like many viruses, right? It can adapt, it can change. The science is changing. We are realizing now that at first cloth masks were okay, but maybe now protection is KN95, N95s, full PPE. If we live in healthcare, we consider it an exposure unless you have full PPE, which is even including gowns and other things. I think with Omicron, we realized that the virus is very much like the flu virus. We may honestly have to have an updated vaccine annually. And I think that there's data that will come out down the road where we'll understand more because, right, we had people double vaccinated and boosted, and I took care of many geriatric patients that were triple vaccinated that also got Omicron. So I think there's a lot of things that are still unknown. My argument is that the physical effects of COVID on children, right? Many do really, really well, which is great. The mental health, the long-term effects, I think we are still so unknown, right? It's going to be years till more studies come out on the long-term effects on development, education, mental health in all aspects, whether anxiety, depression. In talking to even my child's pediatrician recently, we had a discussion about just how many children are really suffering with various mental health issues right now that were exacerbated by the pandemic. So my argument is, I really want to have mask choice. I think even in my line of work, I have to wear a mask sometimes for hours at a time. And I, like what the other mom previously said, I can only imagine wearing it all day as a child, especially the little ones. I have a 5th grader and an 8th grader. So I want to try to give these kids back some sense of normalcy. I advocate for that because I truly feel like, again, we have to learn to live with this virus. Coronavirus has been around in our society for a long time. Obviously, this pandemic was a very virulent strain, but hopefully we are entering that endemic stage of this particular strain. So that's my argument. I just want children to be able to be kids, right? I don't want us to realize years from now that the true effect of this pandemic on these kids was all the other variables other than the health effects. So that's my argument. I appreciate the superintendent really giving it seems like strong consideration to allow parents to have choice, and just that's what I advocate for. And I appreciate your time.
Thank you. The next individual that I'm going to try is.
Thank you, Catherine. Sorry, I was on mute.
Is Kristen Zovich. Kristen, are you able to unmute yourself? Kristen Zovich.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name and your address. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kristen Zovich at 14 Steep Hill Road. I wasn't clear that I was speaking tonight, but I will. So I also do agree and understand both sides. We have been in favor of masking, and my entire family is vaccinated and the adults are boosted. We've recently traveled to the South for a wedding event, and while we were there, we ate in restaurants, we went to grocery stores, and including the wedding, there were no one was wearing masks with the exception of maybe one or two people. And we were shocked, of course. It was sort of out of place. Like we felt like we were doing something naughty, like not wearing a mask. But I will say that they have learned to just accept, the endemic status of where we are, and are kind of getting on with their lives, and the people that need to protect themselves are doing so. But the rest of them are starting to move on. And so no one got sick during our trip. And we kind of came home with a renewed sense of, okay, it's time. It's time to let people have a choice in what they decide to do. And so we also do support allowing that free choice for people in schools. And we really hope that you guys will make that decision for us. And thank you so much. We know, as everyone else has reiterated, thank you so much. I know how hard this has been for you all over the last 2 years, and we just really appreciate all that you've done for our kids. So thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. If you're not speaking, can you make sure you're muted? Thank you.
The next individual that I have is Lindsay Bennett. Lindsay, if you'd like to speak, please unmute, state your name and your street address. Okay, the next individual that I have is Mariana Buckmir. Please unmute yourself, state your name and state your street address. Mariana Buckmir, would you like to speak?
Looks like she's trying to unmute. Give her just
Yes.
one.
Yes, I can see.
I'm sorry, guys. Thank you so much.
Quite all right.
Thank you so much for holding this meeting. I'm at 40 Laurel Lake East, and so many people touch on so many points that I want to talk, that I'm going to just add a few things. I would love to have the BOE meetings in person next time, and I would love a mask choice. Since my kids born, I've been doing anything I can to make them very healthy, to build up their immune system, and they're healthy kids, and they have no reason to go to school wearing masks. They do activities without masks, they have sleepovers, they have play dates, we're out and about, and we've been trying to have as normal as possible life since the beginning of the pandemic, and everyone's completely fine in my house. We have kids all the time. I love to have my house full of kids. So what's happening in school, it's not happening outside of school, with parents and with the children. My kids, thankfully, they're doing fine. They hate the mask, but they love school so much. They love their friends. They love the social piece that they just deal with it. But the stories that they come home telling me about their friends. And again, I believe in mask choice. And if those parents think the mask is the best for the kids, I'm 100% with that. But I hear stories that kids don't take mask breaks during mask breaks because they're afraid. Friends asking about vaccination status to do with play dates. So, and I have a 4th and a 6th grade. I had 9 girls sleep over my house this weekend celebrating my daughter's birthday. And one girl, we took them out for dinner. One of the girls did not take her mask out or order anything to eat. So the mental health behind all of this, it's incredible, crazy. I believe in mask choice, and the message that we're giving to these kids, it's not okay. I've been telling my husband I want to move. He owns a business in town. We live in the most beautiful, special town for these kids, and the numbers are down. No one is getting sick. Teachers are not getting sick. The kids are not getting sick. So I honestly don't understand why we're still doing this. And both of my kids, they already say on February 28th, they're going to school without masks. And I hope they're gonna be able to do so. Thank you so much. And I really appreciate everyone participating at this meeting.
Thanks, Mariana.
Thank you. The next individual I have is Michael McCarthy. Please unmute yourself and state your street address and name.
Good evening, everyone. Yeah, my name is Michael McCarthy. I'm at Birch Hill Road. Thank you to the board, to the administrators for the time tonight. I know you guys have been working hard the last couple weeks, last couple months, fielding emails, but this is an important topic and I'm glad that we're able to talk about it. I've been a Weston resident for 16 years. I have 3 kids. I'll start off by saying that I currently have 2 children enrolled in Weston schools. We decided earlier this year that we were going to pull our daughter, who's in 5th grade, and we enrolled her in Our Lady of Fatima in Wilton. That was basically in response to the email coming in the beginning of the year saying that there was going to be no option for remote learning in case of any exposures. We counted last year, my daughter was in 9 full weeks of school for in-person learning. And so she's in FATA now. She's catching back up to where she should be at this point in her education. But it's a wonderful place for her. And, you know, frankly, devoid of the COVID hysterics that we've seen over the last 2 years. They even had in-person back to school night, which was incredible. And to be honest, she rarely wears a mask in school. She wears one when she walks in there. She takes it off when she gets to her class. Most of her classmates do. Her elderly teacher basically has it around her chin for most of the day. And, you know, I'll also add that they haven't had one disruption, or she hasn't had one disruption this year from, you know, COVID exposure or anything like that. Now, for my 2 boys, I have a kindergartner and a 3rd grader. My kindergartner struggles with his speech. And, you know, we've seen it, and we've just seen it kind of deteriorate just since he started in kindergarten. And as someone else said earlier, you know, he hasn't been to school without a mask yet. And, you know, it's next to impossible to teach pronunciation to a child when both the teacher and the student has a mask on. It's impossible to teach phonetics to a child when the teacher and the student are masked. You know, so the struggle's real for him, and a lot of that is due to the masking in the schools. You know, since the beginning of the pandemic, you know, we're going on 2 years. Mid-March of 2020 is when everything came out. You know, we've always been told to follow the science and, you know, trust the experts. Well, I think a lot of us, or most people, can safely say now that both the science and the experts have been patently wrong for the last 2 years. I mean, everything, you know, as Gianluca mentioned earlier, Leanne Wen from CNN, you know, she came out 2 weeks ago. The data and the science has changed. cloth masks do not work for these children. You know, now is the time to go back to normal for our children. You know, somebody had mentioned, not on this, but I've just heard it, but you know, when in recorded time has it ever been a child's responsibility to protect the adults? You know, what these kids are going through and what they've been forced to go through over the last 2 years is unconscionable. And it's time to start repairing the damage that we've done to these kids over the last 2 years. You know, I pray that you guys have the courage and the fortitude to do what's right for the well-being of our children. You know, that's all I have to say. So thank you very much for your time. I really do appreciate this opportunity.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you. Mark, BC, if you're interested in speaking, would you mind putting your last name on your screen and then unmuting yourself and stating your address?
Yeah, I would change the name, but I'm about to park my car and I don't want to.
see that.
I don't want to do that.
You can just state it.
You could just state it. Thank you.
Okay, great. My name's Mark Ben Kanan. I'm on Alwyn Lane in obviously Weston. I have 4 children in each one of the school. In the elementary schools, I have 2 first graders. I have a 5th grader and a 7th grader. And I am a massive proponent of mass choice. I think the first thing we all need to realize is, one, this meeting should have been in person. This isn't March of 2020 anymore. This is almost March of 2022. There's so much we know now that we didn't know then. First of all, we know that there are almost 80 million children under the age of 18 in the United States. And since COVID started, while every death is tragic, there's been less than 1,000. Our children have more risk of choking at lunch when they take their masks off on whatever lunch they're eating and dying. They have more risks of dying on the school bus on the way to school than they have of COVID. Children have a 99.8% survival rate from COVID. We need to start dealing in facts and reality. And I find that while I respect everyone's belief and I'm a big proponent of mass choice, and if parents want to send their children to school in mass, God bless them. No kid should be bullied. Every parent's choice should be respected. However, the way I look at masking is at this point, it's all theater. It's all virtue signaling. We just watched a Super Bowl in the biggest lockdown state in America of California, where you had 80,000 people unmasked, watching a game indoors, screaming, chanting, living lives like human beings. You had celebrities in the crowd, unmasked. The mayor of Los Angeles, the governor of California, unmasked. Magic Johnson, who has HIV, who is the definition of immunocompromised, unmasked in almost every photo he's in. And where do all of these proponents of masking and lockdowns go when they have a chance? For vacation, they go to Florida, who has been unmasked. Their children have been unmasked for months and months. They have been open since June of 2020. Their case rates, their death rates, better than where we live in the Northeast. We have empirical data now. So the debate over masking now is just virtue signaling. What are the benefits of masking children at this point? Children are the least vulnerable in our society from COVID. And unfortunately, the children who have died of COVID have had significant comorbidities like obesity or other underlying conditions. We need to recognize that. Our children are going to school all day. They're wearing these masks. None of them wear them properly. They don't wear masks. My daughter plays basketball every weekend, 2 to 3 games in the high schools, in other towns. None of these kids wear masks during the games, even though they're supposed to. My daughter plays flute in 7th grade. They make her wear a shield with no mask while she's playing the flute, spitting sideways onto the person next to her. At this point, I think we've all realized that masking on our kids have had more of a detriment. It's been more of a negative than a positive. Our children are not getting sick. They're not dropping dead. Whether they're vaccinated, unvaccinated, they're able to get the virus. We all have to recognize this. We're never going to be at COVID 0. We are never going to be able to get to a point in this world where there are 0 cases of COVID. COVID is just a fact of life now. We're almost 2+ years into this pandemic, and we have abused our children. Adults are able to do whatever they want. Grown people are going to concerts, restaurants, football games, everything. And we are telling our children, COVID's scary, but when you sit down at a restaurant, you can take your mask off because COVID knows it's not going to infect you when you're eating. Or you could take your masks off when you're on play dates or at sporting events. COVID's not going to get you. But when you're in your classroom, you got to put your mask on. I think we need to be honest about what we're doing to our children. I think we should have mask choice. Like I said, if parents want to mask their children, God bless them. I will be right there defending their right to do what they want to do with their children. I would simply just ask that they respect our wishes as parents as well. And I would note that one of the proponents who spoke tonight about masking was with her neighbor, and they were both unmasked right next to each other. I mean, come on. Yet they would probably be livid if their children were unmasked next to each other. We have to wake up and realize what we're doing to our children. Thank you to the board. Please make the next meeting in person, like all the other towns are. The rest of America has moved on from COVID. We just go vacation in the South, like the prior speaker said.
30 seconds.
The rest of America has moved on. Don't be like California, please, please do not punish children like this. Thank you so much. Have a great night, everybody.
Okay, thank you. By the way, one of the agenda items is later on in the meeting is about a discussion this evening about going in person for a future meeting. We had that discussion several meetings ago. We're going to have that discussion again later on in the meeting. So if you're interested in that topic, please stay tuned and stay with us after, as we work our way down the agenda.
The next individual I have is Regina McNicky. Please unmute yourself, state your name and your street address. Regina, would you like to speak? Okay. The next individual that I have, Ryan and Despina. I'm sorry, I don't quite know how to pronounce your last name, so I'm just going to leave it at Ryan and Despina if you don't mind. Can you state your name and your street address, please?
Sure. My name is Ryan Sternick, and my wife is Despina. Just had a brief comment. I know we are in favor of giving having a choice for our kids going to school in masks. I know a couple of parents earlier mentioned Weston still being in the red zone, as is much of Connecticut. I have an English degree, so I don't know if my math is accurate, but as of last Thursday, there were 34.8 people per 100,000 that were COVID positive. And I think my math's right, that's 0.03% of people. And if 0.03% of people are going to prevent us from having the choice of sending our kids to school without a mask, I think we have some bigger issues here. So thank you for your time, and thank you for all your work on this.
Yeah, I just want to, I think what she was referring to is the state's definition of a red zone, which is greater than 15. And so, yeah, just a technical issue. That's kind of what she was referring to.
Correct. And I understand that, but that is still 0.03% is the 34.8 per 100,000. So,
sure.
And let's look at that in perspective.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Regina, would you like to try unmuting yourself again? I know you were having a little difficulty. I don't think I see Regina on anymore. Okay. Travis Worrell, would you like to speak now, please? Please unmute yourself, state your name and your address.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you see me? Okay, good.
Yes, Travis.
I'm Travis Worrell from 44 Birch Hill Road. First, I'd like to thank you all, Lisa and members of the board, all the administration for taking these roles during this trying and unpredictable time. First and foremost, I'm going to ask that the BOE please make the consideration to move back to in-person meetings. Almost all surrounding towns have successfully resumed in person, and hearing a person speak and seeing them right in front of you, not on a screen, has a greater impact on the delivery of the message from the parent, and you could actually feel what they're wishing to convey. Little windows with small people's faces is not a proper way to communicate. As a board member said on the communications meeting this morning, you need to see facial expressions and hear voices clearly, all which is inhibited online. This also can be related to our kids in schools not being able to see their faces and hear voices clearly with the masks on. I know many parents are very excited for Weston making the announcement to go back to mass choice. To go to mass choice on February 28th. I think this will greatly open up the potential for our children, especially the younger ones, to develop socially and emotionally. I think that the easing of the restrictions will also help the mental health of the more mature students. Our kids are still going to need help from letting go of the fear that has been instilled in them throughout the pandemic. I ask that you monitor closely any bullying or intimidation that children may incur from taking off their masks. The only reason I even bring this up is because I've already heard parents in town mention conversations their children are having about not hanging out with each other anymore if they take their masks off. Personally, our child had a teacher tell them that they were going to get everyone sick if they went away on vacation. Instilling this unfounded fear on our young children is detrimental and should never happen. Another topic I would like the board and superintendent to consider is allowing parents and visitors back into the buildings for the class activities and to volunteer. If we care about our kids' mental health, we need everything getting back to pre-pandemic normal in our schools as quickly as possible, now that we know we can't hide from COVID and it'll be with us forever. In-person conferences would also be appreciated, as my wife and I even interview babysitters prior to them watching our kids for a couple hours. We have not met our children's teachers in person for, I believe, over 100 days now this school year. They have been responsible for the well-being and safety for our kindergartner. As you know, this mandate for teachers to be vaccinated or tested has also just expired without a renewal. I ask that there will be a policy put in place where vaccination status is kept confidential and no one, staff or student alike, will be allowed to know another's status or ask. Just yesterday, Ned Lamont reported current COVID hospitalizations, and of which 54% are fully vaccinated. That's not what we're hearing on the news, that all the unvaxxed people are clogging up the hospitals. The stats are there. Lamont put them out, even though they were in fine print at the bottom of his report. I would also like to ask to make sure that Weston does not plan on separating or positioning children in class based on their choice to wear a mask or not, or if they're vaccinated or not. I would like to know if children will be able to talk again while eating lunch with their friends, or will it still be monitored and kids will be disciplined for just being kids? I guess what I'm asking, when are we planning on revisiting the current policy and procedures concerning COVID, seeing as on the 28th, masks are optional? And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Travis.
Okay, Regina, I'm going to try you again. I know that you came back into the chat. Let's see if we can unmute you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you. Please
Great.
state your name and your address.
Regina McNicky, Greylock Road. I've been a huge proponent of unmasking our kids for months and months and months. And then all of a sudden this movement came about, not just in Connecticut, but all over the country, where people started saying mask choice. And I like that so much better because it gave the parents that wanted to continue to protect their child with a mask that option. But it also gave the opportunity for us as parents, whether our child's having a problem or not in school with a mask, to say, hey, you know what? Let's try you without a mask. Let's take you back to some semblance of normalcy. Let's give you your childhood back just a little bit. And I'll be frank with you. My kids are both fine in masks, but it's the numerous stories that I hear from my friends, from the rampant impetigo that is going through the elementary schools because of the staph infections, because of the masks that are causing breakouts, to the depression in the high school, in the middle school. It's to girls in 6th grade wearing masks to be as pretty as they can. I'm all for girls wearing makeup, but my goodness gracious, all they can see is their eyes. that there's nothing normal about that. And children playing outside in masks, there's nothing normal about that. And it's not that we don't feel for parents of children that are going through things and they want to protect them, or they have health issues at home. We just want to be able to have a choice for our children as parents to say, hey, we know our kids. We know how they'll do better. We know what they need, and just be able to send them without a mask. And I respect everybody's decision. And I'm really glad that we're all being heard. Whatever side you're on, I'm just happy that we're being heard. So thank you all for your input and for the great data that's been talked about and the great stories that's been told. But I'm 110% for mask choice, and I really appreciate that consideration. And what would make me even happier is to see all these kids go back to school on March 1st, seeing each other smiles. So thank you very much, you guys. That's all I have.
Thank you, Regina.
You're welcome.
Thank you. The next individual I have is Trevor Crafts. Please unmute, state your name and your address.
Hi, everybody. Thanks again for the time. I know that everybody on this call really wants to see some kind of positive change in times like these that are so uncertain, but it's moments like this that we really decide how we want to move together as a community. I live on Northfield Road with my family, and we're new to this community, and we all love it. My wife Ellen and I have a daughter in preschool, and a decision like this to keep a mask mandate or change one, it's not up to any of us that are calling in for the public comment. It's up to you, the board, and everybody on the board is, a parent, a grandparent, an aunt and uncle. You're just like the rest of us. And I really do believe that you all want what's best for every kid in Weston. Every scientific peer-reviewed study, an organization like the CDC, they all still recommend masks. That's why a lot of us that are for keeping a mask mandate talk about data, because the data really is the only thing that allows us to make decisions without emotion. Nothing makes us more emotional than talking about our kids, and that's why the data is so important. I don't like wearing a mask. I hate it. I need to do so often for my job and where I go for work, but I wear one. I'm sure astronauts get tired of their helmets. It's not really recommended for astronauts to go helmet choice. That's pretty much ends their careers. And I think that's true for us going mask choice. I'd love to let my kid choose about whether or not she gets to wear a mask. But in the same vein, if I give my daughter a chance to eat only ice cream, she would only eat ice cream, and it's not really good for her. So what I'd love is that if the board decides to go with masks as an option, let's really, really increase all of the other mitigation measures that we have. Let's get 4 HEPA filters in every single room. Let's test everyone. Let's find a solution because it's out there. Let's look at a bespoke approach. I think because of the fact that different groups of children are vaccinated at different rates, one size isn't going to fit all. Maybe it's okay for the high school to go mask choice, but maybe it's not okay for Hurlbut or the preschool to go mask choice. It's our job as parents and adults to protect our kids, even when they don't like it. So we hope that you will consider having a lot more mitigation measures in place should the board decide to go mask choice. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Trevor.
Thank you. The next individual I have is Chase and Tyler. Would you mind stating your name and your address? Chase and Tyler, are you interested in speaking? Okay. Cami Bayme, are you able to speak now? I can have you unmuted. Cami Bayme. Okay, and then the last individual that I see here has just initials instead of a name. It says B-TS. If you'd like to speak, could you please state your name and your address?
And Cami is saying yes in the chat, so she is there.
Okay. Cami, let's go back to you. I'm going to ask you to unmute. I don't know if there might be a problem on her end. No, I don't think she's able to come through. I'm hitting the ask to unmute button, but it doesn't seem to be working for her on her end.
Yeah.
Can we try it one last time? I saw you unmute for a quick second and then you muted back up.
Yeah, just hit it once.
A single click, not a double click.
She says, okay. There she is. Nope. Oh, no. Oh, well.
And that, I believe, is everybody that I had on the list.
Hey, I really, on behalf of the board, I want to thank everyone for taking the time to address the board and the administration, to address your fellow neighbors, to give us your thoughts, your concerns, and your recommendations. And we're listening, and we'll take that all on board. And hopefully, some of the questions and concerns can be answered during our deliberations. We're not going to have all the answers tonight. Those answers will come probably between now and the 28th, and hopefully sooner versus later. But we're certainly going to be working really hard to make sure that we have something that's well articulated, that's very, that's understandable, that addresses the concerns of and the wishes of the community. So let's, how do we, Dan, how do we do this now?
So what I would like to ask everybody, everybody who was here for public comment, if you could please exit the Zoom meeting and continue watching the board meeting via the YouTube live stream. The link for the YouTube live stream is on our main page, www.westonps.org. Under the events calendar, you'll see it says YouTube live stream. It's just easier for us when we have presentations coming up, and it's easier for YouTube live stream to be able to see the board members and without having to toggle around with all of the guests. So we appreciate
and
it.
Dan, there's a request to put the link in the chat if you can.
Yes, I will do that. I will do that right now. Yep. Hang on one second.
Thanks, Michelle.
I just did that.
Yeah, it looks like David.
Yeah, maybe we can take like a 15-second pause, Dan, so that people can resync on YouTube, right? Because there's a time delay.
Yeah.
There's a delay backwards. So yeah, YouTube is slower than 15-second delay to what we're doing.
So, think everyone is back on the live stream. Can we continue?
Yes, and just so everybody knows, there are a few people left. I don't know if they maybe stepped away. I will be moving everybody who hasn't joined, who hasn't left the meeting. I'll be moving everybody into the waiting room with another message I'll send to the waiting room to please continue watching the meeting via the YouTube live stream.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Back on the live stream, can we continue? Oh.
Yep. Go for it.
All right, we're gonna continue with the remaining part of the agenda. The next agenda item is no surprise, is I'm gonna pass it on to Superintendent Wallach to talk a little bit about her proposal and then to really start a discussion amongst the board members around how we really start creating, we're not going to have all the information. We don't have the information. We don't have the guidelines from the Department of Health. We don't have the guidelines from Connecticut Department of Education or the Office of Early Childhood Education. Those will be coming in the next couple of days. But I think tonight is more of a discussion around the framework that we're going to use to come up with all the procedures and protocols and metrics, and how do we deal with the vulnerable part of the population and so forth. And I think that's really going to be our job as a board and as an administration over the next several days. So let me just pass it to you, Lisa. Maybe you can start that conversation.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Pesco. I appreciate it. And I also would like to reiterate that we appreciate all of the people in Weston who took the time to email us, to contact us. We received every one of your emails. Clearly, it is, people are very passionate about that. And that's quite frankly what I love about this district, that we take very seriously our responsibility to the children in this town. And, personally speaking, as both a mom of a Weston graduate and a grandmother, I also take this whole issue very seriously. It is an emotional issue. And we have been in pandemic fatigue right now. It's been a long time. I still remember March 12th, 2020, when I think that we all couldn't believe that we were closing down the school, and who would think that we would still be facing these challenges. As you know, and as several people mentioned, we have been trying to provide timely communication with parents. And I did send my last letter in February 11th to the community, was that I wanted my preliminary recommendation to the Weston Board of Education would be to permit masks to be optional in our schools. Governor Lamont announced that that's the plan that he would recommend. And based on him giving us that authority, if you will, as well as, and I was very clear in my communication about mask choice, that we are waiting for guidelines. We have been promised guidelines, the superintendents, the districts, that there would be guidelines coming from the Connecticut State Department of Health, as well as the Connecticut State Department of Education, to help us through this next challenge of what would be, recommended, what would their recommendations be in the areas, for example, of, people talked about clear metrics, guidelines, what is it based on, vulnerable populations, how to move forward in the way that both protects the safety and health of our children. And I do appreciate the references tonight of our 358 staff members, whom, a clear majority of them are vaccinated, but it's been a long haul for all of us that have worked in the schools. When I look at, and I'm very conscious of the CDC and the American Association of Pediatrics, our superintendents are on calls, area superintendents every week We talk with our medical advisor and Mark Cooper every week. We were on the call this morning with the superintendents and with the State Department of Ed, and much to everyone's disappointment, the representatives from the Department of Health, as well as the Connecticut State Department of Education, said that they were really trying to get it perfect to come forward with these guidelines. And I would respectfully suggest that getting it perfect is going to be very challenging. That's one of the things that we've learned over the last 2 years, but we welcome their guidance, and we certainly, and I know I speak for my fellow Durgay superintendents, we welcome it hopefully within the next week, and we will communicate with parents. I do think that when we look at the mitigating strategies and the strategies that we are continuing with, we offer weekly testing to district students regardless of vaccination status. Some parents said, well, not a lot of people are getting tested, not a lot of students. You can add your child's name at any time. That's a mitigating strategy. We also have next week another vaccination clinic that we are partnering with Griffin Hospital. It's open to the entire community from 4 to 7 at the intermediate school. We have plenty of test kits that there was provided by the state. If students' families need test kits, you need to contact our school nurse. We are following quarantine procedures. We're looking very carefully at this. And, and there have been a lot of different rates with the positivity rate. As you know, from 5 to 11, I think my letter said 54%. I want to correct myself. 52.82% in that age group are fully vaccinated. I am very concerned about our preschool. I am awaiting guidance also from the state because as was expressed tonight, the children that are in the preschool program, there isn't a choice to get vaccinated there. So that does continue to be a concern of mine. That being said, I do believe that we still need to move forward with mask choice. Our 12 to 17-year-olds, we are clearly in better shape when you think 90.4% are fully vaccinated, 96% are partially vaccinated. Our staff, I know is at least over 85%. It could be higher, but I don't have those numbers and at my fingertips. And we can certainly share them. So they also, while some staff will continue to wear masks in different situations, some will appreciate the mask optional. At this point, I do think that, we have concerns about social emotional learning. We have concerns about the young children learning to read, speech, all of those things. We also have concerns about what happens in the classroom and what happens in the classroom when some children have masks on, and how are they going to feel. And I wanted to just share a couple of things that I did share at the Speak Out. So if you were there, I apologize for repeating myself. We have amazing children in this district. Many of you know that I've spent most of my career in Weston at the secondary level, although I did teach actually 3rd and 4th grade Spanish many, many years ago. So I am familiar with Hurlbut. It has been one of the greatest joys that I have had to spend time at Hurlbut and the intermediate school. And I believe that starting with our youngest learners, I have seen the care that they have for each other, the way they treat each other through responsive classroom, morning meetings, under the guidance of our amazing staff at these buildings. And, they have these class charters where they talk about striving to be good role models, talking kindly to others, giving compliments, encouraging each other. These things are pasted all over the walls of Hurlbut. If that isn't a foundation of how to move forward in a positive way, not in a way that demeans anyone's choice, but that takes care of everyone in that building, frankly, I don't know what would. And these charters and this commitment to the climate in the school, because we know if a child does not feel comfortable, does not feel safe, then the child is not going to learn. I trust in our teachers, in our support staff to be able to work collaboratively to make this happen. In one of the 8th grade classrooms, it's actually shout out to Ms. Hare. She has a big sign. Mr. Doak is laughing. See the good in each other. Support others when they struggle. These are on Instagram. If you look at our district Instagram, we really work to emphasize that kind of community we wish to create in Weston. You know, and these things are the staff don't write them, the children do. So I do have to believe in my heart of hearts that our children and our staff will be able to work through this next challenge of mass choice with the support of the families and the parents. We know that the message that they get at home, we will take care of them to the very best, and we ask for your support in helping our children move forward and helping them feel comfortable in school. So at this point, my recommendation is that you revise the current mask policy, and that based on clearly appropriate guidance from the State Department of Health and looking at the State Department of Ed, that we permit masks to be optional. And I would open up the discussion. Thank you.
Sure. Maybe I can start with a few things. You know, when, by the way, I've lived in this town for 30 years. I have 2 children who, you know, grew up in this town, have moved away, and I understand the importance and the value of a Western education and everything that goes along with it. So, you know, and I could probably speak for the rest of the board who would love to be back to normal sooner versus later. When we started down the road in February, March of 2020, you know, the one thing that we all said is that none of us on the board are public health officials, and we need to take our cues and our guidance from our medical health experts and public health authorities. And it's been a long road. And the one thing I also said is that coming out of this, going into this was a, you know, we kind of did it quickly, but coming out of this will be a long tail. And this is another inflection point in our way out of this, right? And it's an important one, right? And so we can talk about mass choice and what goes along with it, but as a board, what we need to do is we need to basically be very clear. We need to be very clear as the information comes to us, or what are our safety protocols, and including physical plant and air quality. What are the metrics that we're going to look at for each schools, and how are we going to determine whether we're in a surge where we have to get back together to maybe reverse what we've done? Who are the vulnerable populations, and what kind of accommodations are going to be allowed by the state for that vulnerable population? What are the social emotional issues that are going to come out of this as we transition to a more normal environment, and how are we handling that in each school? I think these are really critical issues that we're going to have to be very clear and very well articulated in terms of how we're going to proceed post February 28th. I know we're still waiting for Department of Health. We're still waiting for the other state authorities to give us guidelines, but ultimately, once we have those guidelines, we have to work relatively quickly to make sure that we have a framework that we're going to operate in, so that all of the parents are very clear on what we're doing, how we're doing it, and what the risk mitigants are, so that if we do have choice, everybody's parents' choice are based on information that they have at hand. And so, you know, I think that we're not going to have a lot of answers tonight. We'll have a big discussion. We'll probably agree on some sort of framework to move ahead in. But when we have our next, you know, as soon as we get the information, and guidelines, we're probably going to need to have another special meeting to actually go through them. So there's not a question in there, it's more of a comment, but I think there's still a good deal of work to do. Especially, I think that, one of the things that I would like to discuss, and I don't think we have the information yet, is what are we doing with preschoolers? I think that's a real critical issue that we need to discuss and make a decision on as well. But anyway, those are my 2 cents right now. I don't know, board members, questions, comments?
I have a couple of questions if I can
Yeah.
start.
Yeah.
So I mean, I listened to all the parents and it was clear that they're committed to what's in the best interest of their children and their families. So I just had a couple of questions as far as, what we're going to have in place so that if mask choice becomes a reality, what we can do to make sure that the parents who choose that it's in the best interest of their families to have their children come to school in a mask feel comfortable. And conversely or similarly, I have a first grader who has never known school without a mask, and certainly I'm not unique to that. And my first grader is a bit hesitant to take off his mask. He thinks it's wrong. He thinks it's not safe. And so you're going to have 2 sets of children potentially in the school. You're going to have a set of students who have made the decision with their, their parents to continue to wear a mask. And then you may have 3 sets. You may have students who just take the mask off. They're comfortable with it. How can we support? What's the plan to support the 2 groups of children? The group that the family members have made the decision that it's in the best interest to keep the mask, and then how do we make children feel safe in removing their mask if that's their choice, but getting off the school bus, for example, where they're going to have to continue to wear a mask because of the federal requirement, that they know that when they step off that bus, it's okay to take the mask off.
I can start answering that, and if our principals at the younger ages would like to speak up. Thank you, David, for asking the question. I guess I would go back to, so what can we do to make kids feel comfortable? I think that kids need to understand in very clear language, and that's where things like the morning meetings come in. Getting kids ready. I see Patty shaking her head. I was at the WIS the other day when, and they do it more at WIS, is they let the children play in the snow. And it's because by the time, quite frankly, kindergarten gets everything on, they wouldn't be able to, there would be no time left. So it's more for the intermediate school kids. They're very explicit and they talk about like, what do you need and how do you do it? Now, this is a little bit different, clearly, because some people have masks on, some people don't. One of the rules is if you're riding a bus, you need to have your masks on. Why? Well, because that's the rule that, and to explain it to a young child, it's the president's rule. It's a federal rule. Maybe I'm oversimplifying it. I do think that when things are clear and direct, and that that the children understand, and that it will go. Clearly, there'll be some bumps, but that relatively speaking, it will go smoothly. We've already had preliminary conversations with the building administrators about this, like touching base with team leaders. Now, it's not let's anticipate and get them all stressed out from tomorrow till the 28th. That's not what we want to do either. We want to do it in an age-appropriate way. I don't know if Patty, Laura, you'd like to add anything to that?
Yes, I can start with Hurlbut, and Lisa said it so beautifully about our morning meeting. It's talking to children about their feelings, how they treat each other, showing kindness, accepting each other for who they are and how they present themselves is what we do every day. And it's certainly something we teach into, we talk about, but I think Lisa makes a very good point. We also don't want to create anxiety by talking too much about it and putting too much of a spotlight on it. Children already at recess, even when we're outside, some children choose to keep their mask on for part of the time. sometimes it's a function of the weather, it keeps them a little warmer. So, and nobody questions that. Nobody makes fun of anybody. Nobody says, what's wrong with you? You have your mask on. It's just what they're choosing to do. So it is something we work on all the time. Some children wear glasses, some don't. Some are going to have masks on, some don't. I do think you're going to see a mix. And I think if we, our staff is very skilled at working with young children and supporting this. So I think it's going to be a natural next step. I do think for some children, it is going to take some time to be comfortable, and that's fine. They might not on the 28th say, woohoo, no more mask. They may want to wear it for parts of the day, or, if their parents are giving them that choice, they may want to make that transition a little slower, and that's fine. They have been in school for years now in a mask, so it is going to be a change. And I think we need to honor that change and, allow some time for them to become more comfortable with it. It certainly took us time to get used to wearing them. And I think we also need to allow that time for them, for some children, adults, whoever needs it, for them to not wear their masks if they choose not to.
Just one quick follow on then. So am I correct to say that, let's see here, so we're waiting on guidelines, but if Weston falls within whatever those guidelines are, come February 28th, our children will have the choice at that point, or are we not making that decision yet?
I would say that the first order of business is that the policy has to be revised. The current mask policy of the Board of Ed. David, I would say that we are very cognizant of the timeline, and some. I see Melissa, who's in charge of our policy committee, shaking her head. There's some what I would call some steps that we have to take as a board.
Yeah, there are. We have to sunset some policies. We have to create a new one that gives superintendent authorities after the 28th. But we have to basically. Melissa will go through that when we get to that point on the agenda. But, I think, David, I think the trajectory, right? It sounded like today from the Department of Public Health meeting, Lisa, you were on that call as well. I don't think the Department of Health is going to stand in the way of, I believe, and the expectation is the Department of Health is probably not going to say they're going to extend the mask mandate, all right? I think the Department of Public Health will come up with a bunch of guidelines that we're going to have to incorporate. And I don't know, I mean, the expectation is that it would be parents' choice, but until we really see that, I don't think we can say definitely anything, but that's the trajectory we're heading. But I think you have to wait to see what those guidelines are before we, speak before, I think that's the expectation, but we have to wait until they get distributed, distributed to the public. Right.
So did the Department of Education give any sort of guidance today or the Department of Health, or was it just strictly conversation?
Stay tuned.
Okay.
Stay tuned.
What it was.
Well,
Working on it.
Okay.
So I guess when Melissa speaks to the policy side, I guess really my question might be more for when Melissa speaks to the policy side, but are we as a board, can we move quick enough so whether that guidance comes out or not, we're not the holdup, right? So right now the state's the holdup, and no surprise there.
Right, and I think that because of the fact that, and Melissa will get into it, because of the fact there's a lot of technical issues on how we actually can change and amend and put new policies in place, we have to start tonight setting those things in motion. And let's wait until we get to that point.
Stay tuned.
Okay, I mean, I'm happy to give a thumbnail answer now, so if it's affecting people's ability to move forward on this point.
Okay.
I mean, it's just basically that we have a policy in place right now to wear masks. And so even though there hasn't been a decision made, we need to act tonight because this is our last meeting before February 28th, to rescind that policy. Otherwise, we are obligated to follow that policy. And unfortunately, with our bylaws, we're required to, before we can do anything to any of our policies, enact a policy, amend a policy, repeal a policy, we have to have it go through the 2 cycles of regularly scheduled board meetings, which, if obviously if you can do the math on that, we'd be looking at March or April before we'd be able to act. So we have to vote tonight to basically suspend our bylaws for a very short duration, just the remainder of the meeting this evening, so that we can then vote to repeal that policy conditionally, because if the governor doesn't do what we think he's going to do, if the state doesn't do what we think it's going to do, then it's still not valid. So we have to repeal it conditionally, and then we have to pass a new policy that gives Lisa the ability to implement whatever guidance is coming, which we haven't seen yet. So it's kind of a very procedurally kind of prickly place to be in, but I've spoken with our outside counsel on this, and we're confident that this is the best way to go forward, so that we have flexibility as a district to act the way that we want to, in accordance with Lisa's letter and her prerogative. I'll go through it at the policy time, but I hope that answered your question, David, just like right now.
Yeah,
You're going to cover, Melissa, you're going to cover the 22nd during the policy time, correct?
I'm sorry, the what?
The meeting that we have scheduled for the policy committee on the 22nd.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I won't say anything.
Other board members?
I have a quick question. If there are students that struggle with the transition to an environment where masks may be optional, what resources do we have in place that might be able to help them, for the students who are having trouble adjusting?
So we, as you know, we have, we are fully staffed as far as with our counselors, psychologists, social workers. Those would be the first line. The first line workers, if you will, that would be there. I mean, and again, if one of the administrators wishes to speak, just raise your hand. But let's say a little child was struggling at Hurlbut or at the WIS. Let's say it's the WIS. Those teachers are so in tune that the teacher would make sure that the administrator knew, that Jen Brook, the psychologist, knew, or Vicky DeLuca, the counselor, and we would have to do what I call like sort of putting our arms around that child and working with that child to feel comfortable, because they're little kids and it might be overwhelming, and we are all very aware of that. And I would say that that's why our teachers are so in tune with their needs. I mean, if someone is upset, I've seen it all the time. If someone is upset, some little girl was crying over I think it was kindergarten the other day. And, the aide went right over and was right there with her, because every Monday she has a rough time transitioning. And that paraprofessional knows that teacher knows that. Everyone is very in tune, I guess I would say. Same thing at the middle school, and at the high school level, we have the counselors, we have the social worker, we have, we're well staffed. And the beauty of our staff is we really have great teams at each building. So if someone is out, the other one fills in. And if someone needs help, people communicate immediately if something is struggling. And under, Tracy Edwards' direction also, I think that things will be in good hands. We have, and you'll hear about it at the consent agenda, we have 2 really terrific assistant directors that will be joining us. One will be joining us coincidentally the week before the 28th of February. And so that is the support. I would also add that what's interesting is, we have spent a lot of time doing, like we said, responsive classroom and that whole piece, morning meetings. We've also spent time with ruler, all of those colors. I've seen it firsthand how in tune, the little girl says to the librarian, if someone's in the red, we really try to help our friend get in the green. I could see the same thing happening with this kind of thing. That's what I anticipate, Dan Doak is shaking his head. And we also have our DBT training, which we don't say but, like, I'm sorry, but no, it's acknowledging their feelings. You know, you're having a really tough time today, and I'm here to help you. We've been doing this work for several years, really embedding ourselves in it. Thank goodness, because we have the skilled staff to be able to handle it.
Can I just change directions just for a second? I see Mike Delmaster there. In terms of the lower schools, like Hurlbut, just the physical plant, there was a mention of air quality. What are things that what are things we're doing today, and what are things that we could potentially be doing in the future to even enhance the the safety around the physical plant, especially in the lower schools?
Well, as far as the intermediate school, it's full HVAC. So it has 100% fresh air everywhere, every space, every classroom. Windows are recommended to be used as well. So as far as for the intermediate school, 3 through 5, that is as safe as it can get. Elementary.
How about the turnover? How much does air turnover per hour and things like that? Are we, there was a mention, one of the parents had mentioned that.
Yeah, it's generally between 7 and 10 times an hour for the intermediate school. Right. And as we get, once we get through today and tomorrow about noon, the temperatures are going to be a little warmer, so I can let them run a little longer at night with fresh air wide open. It's just now it's just too dangerous on the equipment. As for the elementary school, all the shared spaces, all the common spaces, I have HVAC, which is a fresh air introduction too. Classrooms, South House, classrooms, East House, North House, all of operable windows. HEPA filters units are available. Some are being used in the rooms, some are not being used in the rooms. So unit ventilators we have in the North House brings in fresh air. We also, every space that we have on campus, not just the lower schools, not just intermediate school, not just elementary school, everything has an exhaust system. So we're constantly pulling air out of every classroom, every hallway, every common space, every bathroom. We're constantly pulling air out. So
do you think we need, from a physical plant point of view, do we think we need post the 28th? Do we think we need to do anything differently than we're doing today? Do we need to buy anything more? Do we, I just want to talk this through for a few minutes.
No, I don't think we need any other equipment. I think we have everything that we need. We're not doing anything different that we started as of, 2 weeks before kids came back in, September of 20. So there has been no changes. I've run everything to the maximum. We still have equipment running. So I don't think there's anything that we need to do differently.
Yeah. Thanks, Mike.
Sure.
Kathy.
I want to ask a question about the families that we heard a couple of people on the calls today, public comment today, talk about the ones that have real true health vulnerabilities in their lives, and they feel they don't have a choice. They have to mask their children because, mom at home is going through chemo, or they themselves have issues that are really terrifying. And I feel for those families who are potentially going into a situation where they may be unmasked, and then really afraid and vulnerable. And I'm wondering about the option of providing school and what we think the state might allow us in terms of them being virtual if they really are terrified of sending their children into school unmasked. And I throw this out here not to conjure. I know we don't have answers today, Lisa and Tony, but I just wanted to have a bit of a discussion about it. I think I've heard the analogy that choice is absolutely what we want our families to have. I completely agree, and they need to make good decisions for their children, but it's a bit like the smoking section and non-smoking section in the airplane for many of these families. Like, it doesn't matter that I have a choice and I've chosen the non-smoking section in the airplane when one row back, there are people smoking, and I'm going to be impacted by that. So yes, I have a choice, but it really doesn't matter. And I just wanted to speak specifically to the families that have health vulnerabilities where they're really afraid to send their children into school unmasked. So
that's where we're looking for the state guidance, quite frankly, because the State Department of Education has come out very clearly that they want students in person, and that anyone that is on a quarantine because of a close contact or positive for COVID, there are a certain, quarantines that they have to follow, and that's the only way that they can be remote. So we will have to see what the state specifically says on that, because they were pretty clear about that position at the beginning. It should be noted, we do have a homebound policy. The homebound policy, however, is not directly related to COVID or vulnerabilities in the house or anything like that. It is when a child is so severely ill, and there's a process, a very clear process, that child could benefit from, whether it be homebound tutoring or remote learning. So we have to see specifically what the state will say to that. I'm very sensitive to that. It's very challenging. People have contacted me and said, I have elderly people in my house that I'm worried about, or I have a compromised immune system that I'm worried about. And, for me, it's very personal, because we had that in my family, and it's challenging. We will. That's the biggest thing, quite frankly. I want to say one of the biggest things with the State Department of Ed comes out, because right now they pretty much are saying no remote learning for people that are uncomfortable, which sounds cold, but that's where it's at right now.
I think we're going to have to do we're going to dig deep into how to support those families.
Yeah,
Tabby, I think that's absolutely right. We are a small, nimble school district. I mean, that's why people move to this area and to live in Weston, because we have such a great relationship with our students and our staff, and we want to come to the best conclusion for each student. So I think, I know I've spoken to our outside counsel on this issue as well, because, I've taken a look at some of the policies that we have in place, and just to see how we can incorporate those to accommodate these kinds of unique situations. And the homebound education policy is one of them. So I think, we also have the PPT and the 504 process too, where we can use these tools that don't exist for COVID, but that exist for all kinds of medical circumstances, and be committed to our families to find solutions that work for everybody. So I'm not super confident that the state guidance will be robust on this point. But I'm confident that Weston can be robust on this point.
Yeah, I agree. Given the fact that the state will allow us to use tools at our disposal, I think I agree with Melissa. We're small enough and nimble enough to be able to do that, to try to accommodate as much as possible. I think the state needs to actually free us and allow us to use all the tools at our disposal, especially technology tools, which, quite frankly, we've had
a dry run for a year.
Yeah, I agree that we've had a dry run for a year. The thing that kind of gets me is, like all of you, I don't want to see kids in masks. I'm tired of it. We're all tired of masks, right? But like Taffy mentioned, there are people in our community who are at risk, whether it's mom who's diagnosed with breast cancer during the pandemic, or a child who has, some sort of immunocompromised situation. And, the thing that kind of has been frustrating me throughout this entire process is called mask choice. And the reason it frustrates me is there's really no choice here, right? Either it's masks or not. And that, the people who are saying that there is a choice, they just want their choice. They're not caring about someone else's choice, because the fact of the matter is they're saying, we go to concerts, the Super Bowl, all these things. I get it. And they are 100% right. There are people in restaurants without masks, and there are people at the Super Bowl without masks. There's plenty of that. But the people who are really, truly at risk aren't there. They aren't going to restaurants. They aren't going to the Super Bowl, and they are making these choices because they have no choice. They have to stay in a safe environment. Now, that being said, their children have to go to school. this isn't a choice. You can choose to go to a restaurant. You can't choose to go to school. And so with that being said, we have got to find some way. Melissa, you got to help us out here, with this policy. We've got to find some way to be nimble enough that we don't come across as being completely tone deaf to that part of our community. There are multi-generational houses in this, and I speak, this is a completely personal point. We put my father-in-law on hospice today for COVID. This is something that is still very active. It's still happening. And, the thought of risking people's lives because these kids have to go to school, they're talking about the mental health of children with masks. And we all have agreed that there is definitely a toll, and we are trying to do our best to mitigate that through a variety of different things that we're doing. But imagine the toll of a child who feels the responsibility of having given their grandparent or their mother COVID, and it ends up being a terminal situation. So we have to be sensitive to each other is what I'm saying in all of this. And again, let's get rid of the masks some way safely. And just I'm just going to throw this out there. We've been dealing with masks now for 2 years. They're terrible. One of the speakers this evening, and I didn't write their name down in my notes, but they, their thing was, we're like a month away, maybe 6 weeks away from being able to open windows. That makes a tremendous difference. I know February 28th is coming. Are we 100% of it's February 28th? And
sorry, could you say that again?
My watch is talking. Sorry, it's February 28th, and so automatically we're going to go to the mask choice, or can we say it's February 28th and we are now going to extend it until March 20th? I'm going to be very unpopular for suggesting that, but the thought process is that, is that going to be safer? And of course, are we going to be, my guess is we're going to be doing it all within, if our numbers are low enough in Weston, then, February 28th. But if the numbers are still at an alarming level in Weston, should we consider March 28th or something along those lines? I don't know. I'm throwing it out there, and I'm just trying to get some feedback from the rest of you. So thoughts?
Yeah, Sharon, listen, going to the vulnerable part of the population, I think that we have to be very careful. And I don't think it's only vulnerable. I think it's the unvaccinated, really little ones in preschool, which I am personally worried about because they can't be vaccinated, right? And so I think we need to think about how we're going to handle it. I think that's first and foremost. I think ultimately, if we see numbers, if things are going in the opposite direction, I think we're definitely going to be in a discussion about reversing. I think that's a discussion we're going to have. I don't know what that is though. I think that's really where, maybe the state will give us some guidance, maybe not, I don't know. I mean,
if the state doesn't give us guidance, do we work with Mark for this?
Yeah.
Because
and our medical advisor.
Okay.
It's all of it, right? Right, Lisa?
And the CDC.
Yeah.
I mean,
all of those things, the CDC, I like the CDC guidance and everything. Those are all wonderful numbers, but at the same time, I'm not as concerned with Hartford or with Manhattan as I am with Weston. So, and we do have pretty good vaccination numbers here. So, if our numbers in Weston are considered to be a safe level, then I would be all for, allowing children to not wear masks in school.
Right.
But we just have to, my concern is, how do we as lay people determine what a truly safe number is? Who is going to give us that information so we can put bumpers on the side of this no masking, right?
The State Department of Health said they were committed to giving us that information, hopefully within the next week. They've put it in writing. They've said it publicly. I think frankly, they have to with the Connecticut State Department of Ed. They have to.
Yeah. None of us are doctors. Well, except for you, Tony, but that's a different doctor. But
no, don't call me if you're sick.
So yeah, I really want to follow the science. I want to listen to the professionals, and I want what's best for the kids. There's no question about it. So sorry.
Sharon, I would just add that if not now, when? I've heard that quite a bit as well, right? I don't have the study. I don't state facts or as facts unless I have the study. I'll find the link and I'll send it to you. With positivity rate and deaths among the pre-K to 12th graders, which is obviously the nearest and dearest as far as what our concerns are. And then, of course, I agree with you 100%. There are multi-generation families in our town. Right. And it's wonderful because I'm not one of them, but I've seen them, the grandkids and the grandparents. It's unbelievable what, that relationship's like. But if not now, when? And I've heard that, and I've looked at the numbers, and the numbers are incredibly low now. There is always going to be a mechanism in which if the numbers go up and it gets to the point where it's not comfortable, it sounds like when Melissa speaks to policy, there's going to be a mechanism by which Lisa, the Board of Ed, whomever, the state can say this, things not looking good, and we're going to come in and we're going to remandate it.
Yeah.
So
right.
I think the only response I have to, if not now, then when, the answer to when is when there's a plan in place that covers every situation where there are vulnerable people at risk. That's when. Do you know what I mean?
It's never going to happen, though. As much it's a bit of a fantasy. I
don't think it is. I don't think it's fantasy. I think it's good planning, and that we have to, really lock up how we handle, parents that want choice for their children who are having mental health issues that really need to take those masks off and be free to do so, and children who need to keep those masks on because their grandmother's vulnerable or they themselves are vulnerable. And
let's not forget, masks don't stop you from getting masks don't stop you from getting it. Masks stop you from passing it. So even if you have someone who's vulnerable at home, your child wearing a mask is not protecting them. It's the other children wearing the mask that is protecting them. That's the whole thing. Read any box about masks and it says it will not prevent you from getting sick. Surgeons don't go into surgery wearing a mask so they don't get what the guy on the table has. They go wear them into surgery so they don't give the guy on the table a cold that may be festering with them. So that's the important thing for people to understand with the masks. And I agree. And you know what, David, I agree. If not now, when? We just need to determine, these numbers are low, but are they low enough to be safe? That's all I need to know. Are they low enough to be safe? And to Taffy's point, how can we protect? How can we have some sort of override to protect the families? There's always going to be people who are vulnerable in our community, and there's always going to be inherent risk. But right now, in the midst of a global pandemic, until we get into that endemic phase, that risk is higher than normal. So we need to find a way to protect them.
I think that, David, I think that to some extent, the governor and probably the state officials have answered that question. If not now, then when, right? I think that's how they're signaling, right? I guess the question for us is going to be more about the guardrails, the framework, as Taffy put it. How do we handle, how do we actually take care of the community of students and staff who have different needs? We're not going to be perfect, right? But we have to develop a framework and a set of protocols that addresses those needs as best we can. Because it as much as, from a practical perspective, I think that the state has already has answered your question, right? And I think now it's up to us to figure out how to actually get through this next inflection point of the pandemic in a way that protects the community as best we can. It's almost as easy as that. And then the details are going to be very tricky and very difficult. And we're not going to get it perfect, and we'll amend, and as the situation changes, we'll have to get back together and potentially amend and do things differently and pivot if we have to. But this has been the nature of the last 2 years.
So if we
Peter.
do, just 2 seconds, if we do adjust the bylaws, we'll be able to, if something were to change, we'll always be able to adjust back, right?
Yes, I think that, well, we'll go through it in the policy, but I think ultimately the superintendent has the ability to pivot. Yes.
Nimble, good. I like, all right, perfect.
Peter.
Yeah, I guess I'll bookend the session. Of course, the parental input was impressive and the discussion here is impressive. And I just want to build on where David actually offered us the end of the quote. Let me go to the beginning of the quote. So about 3,000 years ago, a leader stood up and said, we got to embark on this journey. It's risky. We're tempting fate. Half the people had trepidations. Half the people have been wandering for 40 years and said, we've had enough. Let's go forward, right? So the real quote is, you know, if no one's for us, who's going to be for us, right? And if we're only for ourselves, who are we? And then if not now, when? So the messaging Moses had was, we're going to do this and we're going to do it with conviction and we're going to do it collectively. And that puts a lot of, you know, responsibility on us as a board and particularly the superintendent, because in this analogy, she's Joshua, right? So she's going to lead us, you know, into the promised land of sort of post-masking with uncertainty, right? So God bless you. And we got to get to work.
Yeah.
That's an engineer philosophizing a little bit. Thank you for indulging me.
Yeah. Thank you, Peter. I think that was you always find the right time to say the right thing. Anyone else? Melissa?
Yeah, I mean, no, I mean, I think, you know, first of all, I thought the parent commentary, or I should say community commentary tonight was very helpful. It's really nice to I think people brought up some great points. It's nice to take the community's temperature on these issues. But I think, you know, some of the themes that I heard that really rang true were just that, you know, this isn't ever really going to go away, right? We're going to have to learn to live with it. And, you know, I think living in black or white is never really going to be the most effective solution for us. I'm not surprised that medical organizations are saying to still recommend mask wearing when the virus hasn't gone away. But that doesn't mean that that's the right choice for Weston, because it's a balancing act for our students and our staff and our community, right? I mean, you're judging risks and potentials for eventualities that may or may not happen versus things that we know are happening, right? We've heard from Tracy meeting after meeting after meeting about how our children are suffering socially and emotionally during the pandemic, and wearing masks is a part of that. We heard parents tonight. I mean, we saw parents emotional. We saw parents crying about this issue. You know, I think it's you know, it's a balancing act for what's best for the children. And I think that, you know, going with a choice is probably the best place to be. I think we all, I speak for myself, but I'm sure my fellow board members, we support the mitigation measures in place. We've heard from Mike on the ventilation and the air quality. We've heard from Lisa on some of the social emotional paths to go forward. I think we're all concerned about the preschoolers. Let's dig into that a little bit more. Let's find some ways to speak to those groups and find out what we should do there. And I'm committed to addressing the medically vulnerable. I think that's of the utmost importance. So I think, to Tony's point, I mean, there's no perfect solution here. We're just going to have to do the best we can, be flexible, be nimble, be forgiving of each other, be kind and civil, and you know, accept help from the community and guidance where we can find it, and work together as a community. I think that's the best we can do.
Thanks, Melissa. So
Melissa Walker for president.
I agree, Melissa. That was great.
Oh,
we're all, yeah, that was awesome. Thank you.
I have one question. Actually came up. Someone mentioned Impetigo in the lower schools.
Impetigo is always in the lower schools. Sorry.
What's that?
Impetigo is always in the lower schools.
Oh, is that right? I
It's a highly infectious disease that kids get frequently. I mean, I understand what they are saying, and I'm sure that a mask doesn't help it because it breeds in a moist environment. But impetigo is, I mean, my kids didn't have masks and they had classmates with impetigo. So it's a thing that happens.
I just wrote it down because I thought it was, I was surprised.
No, I talked to the school nurse, but it's pretty common for younger kids.
Laura, is that you? You have anything to add, Laura? Or
no, I mean, we do not have an outbreak. Certainly there are times when children have it, but it's not.
Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. Thank you. So just housekeeping on this. We're waiting for the state. We have some policy work to do later on this. We're waiting for the state. Probably, my guess is going to be a special meeting of the board once the state comes out and we can put it all together, Lisa, before the 28th.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, and we really don't know the date. We can't kind of pick a date yet. We'll have to pick one 24 hours in advance after we get the information. Lisa can process it and we get back together and figure out the details around the post 28 mode of attendance.
Tony, so that's a good question. Somebody had asked me, which I didn't know the answer to. For the Board of Ed to call a special meeting, we can do it as little as 24. The minimum window is 24 hours. It's not 5 days.
No, 24 hours.
Thank you. Somebody had asked me how quick we can move, or word of the evening, how nimble we are. So
we're nimble.
We are.
That's
24 hours. With
our middle
24 hours
name,
notice.
nimble. Yeah.
Thank you.
Anything else on this? There's a lot more to come. So, but I'm glad we had this. I think this is a great step forward. We heard from the public. We had this discussion. I think we all understand where each other are coming from here, and I think Lisa's definitely taking that all on board. And then we'll move to the next step. We'll get more information from the state, and we'll move to the next step. I think we have to just be clear-headed, methodical as we get information, put it together, make the best decision we can, and move forward.
And keep the public informed.
Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I think if we're asking, if we're asking our parents to assess risk, we need to give them a framework and a way to actually make that choice, right? And that's that for me is something that I would be looking for, is to make sure that if we're asking parents to make choices, then we have to give them the information from which to assess the risk and make that choice for themselves. Okay, should we move on to the next topic? Oh, another small topic. Progress report on district goals.
I think you skipped the consent agenda.
Oh yeah, let's go to the consent agenda now. Sorry.
I wasn't sure where we're going with that easy topic. I'm not sure.
Way to keep them honest there, Melissa.
This one's the easy one.
Yeah, this is
the next one's not so easy.
Oh, it's easy. We got it down, right, Dr. Craw? Here we go. The consent agenda, I am very pleased to announce that we have 2 new hires. I alluded to before. We have Michael DeStefano, who is our new Assistant Director of PPS at Weston High School and Weston Middle School. That will be effective March 3rd, although we were very fortunate to have him at both the high school and the middle school, where Mr. Doak took him out to lunch. Mr. DeStefano is replacing Ms. Cohen, who resigned. And then we also have Lakeya Stevenson, a para educator at Weston Middle School. She is a new hire. She is very excited. She started as a leave replacement, and then Rebecca Stewart McMorris resigned. She was a para, also a Weston alum. And I have to say, personally, I saw Lakia several times, and she is just so eager and excited to be part of our community permanently. Resignations. Alda Borges is our board certified behavioral analyst at Hurlbut. She resigned, taking another position in another Connecticut district. That was effective on February 24th, or will be effective on February 21st. As I just mentioned, the assistant director of SPED at the high school and middle school, Ms. Cohen, resigned effective February 11th for personal reasons. Erica Palumbo, our school psychologist, also, she took a job in higher education, and we wish her well. Rebecca Stewart McMorris, as I just said, resigned for personal reasons. That personal reason is an absolutely beautiful baby girl. And Teresa Zuck, a paraprofessional for many years at WIS, effective tomorrow. She took another position. And there's a correction to the January consent agenda. Eliana Shervin replaced at Hurlbut Jenna Skelton, who resigned, not Ashley McLeod. Thank you.
Hey, can I have a motion?
Move that the Weston Board of Education accept the items on the consent agenda as recommended.
Second?
I second.
Who second?
Sharon.
Sharon.
Thanks, David.
Okay.
I'll give you
Thank
the next
Sharon. All in favor?
I'm Melissa.
I
Hi,
should- Sorry.
Hi, Bernadette.
Hi, David.
Hi, Peter.
Hi, Tony. All opposed? Motion passes, and we welcome all the new staff members to the district, and we wish all of the staff members who are moving on to new opportunities and challenges in life all the best. And with that, we go to the next topic.
Yes, and I would like to introduce the next topic, which is the progress on our district goals, which, as you know, align with our school goals, and it aligns with our teacher goals. There is a document that is posted on our district website that talks about the district goals and the action plan. And hopefully by next week, we are going to update that for the public. It talks about a range of different goals, sustainability, portrait of a graduate, special ed, finance, all of that, that are all important. And we've added a column that adds progress to date. And so I would encourage the public, next week we'll be sending out the link so people can look at it. Tonight we are specifically going to be focusing on some academic goals. You heard me talk a great deal about in the budget for 2023 about our focus on reading and math. If Mr. DeVito could kindly put up the presentation, please. Thank you. Before I turn it over to Dr. Craw, I did want to make a few of my own comments, and then I will turn it over to him and the principals at the Hurlbut Intermediate School and the middle school. Next slide, please. So I absolutely love these two pictures. As a district, our students' academic progress, growth and achievement is clearly very important, but equally important, I would add, is that we instill in our students a growth mindset, that they understand and value the effort and perseverance needed to fulfill their potential, both as students as well as contributing members of a society. This is a great bulletin board that is in our intermediate school. And there's an excellent example in this picture of Ms. Giametti's third grade class, where they talk about what their hopes and dreams, and it really illustrates what we mean by the idea of a growth mindset. Growth mindset became kind of a big deal when Dr. Carol Dweck some of you may be aware. She wrote that book, I can't believe it was 16 years ago. And in it, she tells educators that as we work to fulfill our mission in schools, one of our key responsibilities is to ask children and young people for their strong commitment and full effort. And she also reminds not only the educators, but the parents, as well as the importance of setting goals that children can work toward, It's important to focus on the process, and that praising the process, the effort, the idea of what they're striving to do, that perseverance is really so important. And I just wanted to make those introductory comments because we are going to be talking about some assessment data. And this is assessment data, again, that we use to dipstick instruction to really tweak our approach so that our children, again, can progress, grow, and achieve. We're talking about little children here. Specifically, tonight's focus is talking about elementary through 8th grade. We're not talking about a summative assessment like the AP Calculus exam, for example, or the SATs. We're talking about how our children are doing and how this informs our instruction. And it's one of multiple measures. I would ask that as we go through and our Dr. Craw and our principals present this, that if we could, it's a little bit of a long presentation. We have streamlined it, and we will entertain your questions at the end, but if we could kindly hold them to the end, that would be greatly appreciated. So without further ado, Dr. Craw, would you like to take over? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lisa, and good evening, everybody. And I'm pleased that we can provide you with an update on our goals. And, this has been such a highly coordinated effort. Administrators, curriculum leaders, teachers working in concert to improve and enhance student performance. And like we've done in the past, we have a focus this year. It's in 2 areas, in math and reading. And I know that you're all very much up to speed on what our goals are for this year, but our goal as each building principal will speak after me, is to give you a sense on where our students are at this point and what our continued work will be as we move through the year. So in terms of math, just highlight again, so critical that students have the basic skills in math and be able to use them to solve problems. And you can see we've listed there some very high goals for ourselves in terms of the targets. And if we move on, Dan, to the next slide, our action plan to help us achieve our goal, really, there are a number of things we've all been working on. As I mentioned, highly coordinated, and doing that through our district, school, and teacher goals, really leveraging the evidence from instruction, what students are doing to inform our practice, using the data that we have better than we've had in the past, and really learning how to do that at higher levels. Infusing math intervention, more staffing and resources there. But anytime we're asking to improve performance, training and development is one of the most critical aspects. And we're just so pleased that we have a curriculum leader for math in each of our buildings now with the addition of the K2 CIL. That has allowed us to really provide support for our teachers, much more so than we were able to in the past with just a one K5 curriculum leader. The training that we're focused on is on differentiation in math. It's meeting the needs of students where they are, using small groups. That's been the focus of SILs, as well as outside trainers that we've brought in. And one of the best parts of my day, and I know Lisa enjoys this as well, and it's getting to do learning walks in math. And we're, since publishing this, when we're over 200 learning walks in math throughout the district. And those conversations precipitate improvements and change, because when teachers, curriculum leaders can talk and walk into other classrooms, it's so valuable to learn from each other and talk about what's working or what we need to do next. Next slide. In reading, again, so critical like math. All students need to be reading at grade level by the end of grade 3. So we want to make sure that we achieve that because we're learning how to read, as Laura would say, in those early grades, and then we're applying that, to get at the content grades 4 and above. So it's so critical that we ensure that students are reading at grade level as early as possible. So you see some high targets there, and moving on to our action plan. Very similar in terms of the goal setting, use of data, intervention. The training, we're very pleased to be able to bring in our partners from Teachers College to work in conjunction with our curriculum leaders. And again, here it's on small group instruction. It's taking students where they are, grouping them together, teaching, in areas where they need support at the classroom level. And that small group instruction is modeled by the Teacher College consultant, and we take that back and apply it. So next slide. So how have we been measuring student growth and progress? And we have an assessment framework in Weston. You can see the triangle here uses multiple measures. The most frequent and common assessments we use are formative assessments, shorter classroom assessments that the teachers, it might be a quick exit slip, observations, conferencing with students. It could be journals, science notebooks, math notebooks, things of that nature. And they really inform the teachers on next steps with their classes. More formal assessments called benchmark assessments, we give 3 to 4 times a year. And you're going to be hearing about one in particular tonight called the MAP assessment, which we'll get into, which is the data that we're reporting on here. And then, of course, the assessments that seem to get the most play publicly are the state standardized assessments. Each of these types of assessments have different purposes and uses. So we're going to focus in on the benchmark assessment, the MAP, on the next slide. As I said, measure of academic progress. This comes from the NWEA organization, and the MAP measures 2 things: achievement, where students are at that time, and growth. We can monitor progress over time because we give the assessment in the fall, winter, and spring, and we can see to what extent students are growing or not growing. It is a national, it's used nationally, and it's on a scale. It's a scaled score, norm reference test. So students at a particular grade level, grade 2, are compared nationally to all other students taking the assessment in grade 2. One of the things that is important to note, that when we administer the assessment, it's not a high stakes assessment. We, of course, encourage students to do their best. It's a multiple choice assessment, one that is adaptive, where if a student answers a question correctly, the next question will be a little harder. If they answer a question incorrectly, it'll be a little easier. That is a way for NWEA to determine, where is the instructional level of that student. And what we receive is a RIT score. That is the scaled score for that student. And we're able to see where that student is positioned in terms of their grade level against the national norms. So again, we use it to track progress, make instructional decisions, and if on the next slide, Dan, and this is my last slide, I'm going to be handing it over to Laura. if you look at the achievement scale for MAP, this is a, again, norm reference test. Any student that we see achieving in the orange or red bands, we're looking at very closely. We're looking at providing additional support, intervention services, and of course, we want students to be moving up those achievement bands so that their performance is very strong. And one thing I want to mention is our students, for the most part, you're going to see in some of these slides tonight that 70 to 80% of our students are above the national mean grade level score, RIT score. So 70 to 80% are above that 50th percentile in terms of their achievement at that grade level. There's also the growth scale. So if we talk about achievement and growth, we're looking at growth. We have information, very important information, that for a period from the fall to the winter or winter to spring, when we take the spring test, did a student meet his or her growth target? And that growth target might be 10 points on a RIT scale. And so, yes, if they have met that target, without a doubt, there's a yes. They've met that target. If they have just met it by, let's say 1 or 2 or 3 RIT points, there's a yes with an asterisk, and you're going to see that in our pie charts. If they didn't meet it and they were just shy of meeting, then you'll see the yellow band. And if they did not meet their target, obviously we'll note that in red. And so that's how our charts are presented. And I think the principals will bring to life the performance in their building. And we'll continue the next slide with Laura.
Great, thank you, Ken. So at Hurlbut Elementary, as I've often spoken to, we're laying the foundation for much of the learning and experiences that happen in the subsequent years and at the other schools in Weston. So at Hurlbut Elementary, taking these kinds of assessments are a new experience for our students, and that's something I wanted to draw your attention to. These are computer-based assessments, computer generated, and they are primarily multiple choice. So that's a new experience for 6 and 7-year-olds. So we always want to look at this information and keep it in context of all of the other information we know about our students. You will see here pictured, that's Kelly Del Vecchio. She is our math CIL who is devoted this year to our math program and supporting the teachers. And we have already been digging into all of this information. Teachers have been looking at it, analyzing it, and again, always within context of other information we know about our students, because we do know sometimes, especially with our youngest learners who are doing this for the first time, who are 6 and 7 years old, it is a moment in time. And I did want to note, I'm seeing there's a typo on here. I wanted to draw your attention to. We also take into consideration the experiences our students are coming with this year. We had an unusually large number of students in grade 1. That's that last bullet. It should say grade 1. Looks like the 1 got dropped off. That were brand new to Hurlbut this year. So, and especially on the heels of the pandemic conversation we just had, we had a tremendous amount of students coming into first grade this year with a wide variety of experiences, which we have not seen before. Some of them homeschooled last year, some were virtual all year, some were in schools that never had any in person. So just a really something we've never seen, an unusual spread. So we always want to make sure that we're looking at this information in context of a lot of other information. Next slide. So as you'll see over the next 3 slides, we take a look at all of our data across the grade level. This is grade level information. And this gives us really good insight into maybe some trends across the grade level, and also how we could best utilize our resources and support. So Dan, if you could move through these slides. We always look to see, of course, as Ken mentioned, the students who are in the top 3 bands, that average, and high. Those are strong scores. And then of course, the students in the red and the orange bands are the ones that we really take an even closer look in. But we progress monitor all of our students throughout the year in an ongoing manner, and NWA is just one piece of those. Dan, thank you. So when we look at the achievement, here, this gives us achievement information, again, as a school and then at grade level. So this is grade 1 and 2 combined for math. And if you look at the winter achievement, the students in the blue, green, and yellow, which are the 3 highest bands, represent 82% of our students. So 82% are within those bands. Those are strong scores. Again, for some of our students, this is a new experience. It's also the first time we've done a full grade level winter assessment. So as a staff, we learned a lot from that experience. In the past, Robot and WIS has used this as a progress monitoring tool only for our students in the intervention. So now that we have a larger database for winter, it's been very helpful information for us. And we're looking at all of these scores very closely. For the reading achievement, this are only our second graders take the NWA for reading. We certainly have a tremendous amount of reading assessment data for our young learners. It is really a critical foundational skill and a very much a high priority at the early elementary years, teaching our youngest students how to read so that they can access more learning later on. For our second, sorry, Dan, could you go back for our second graders take the grade 2 to 5 test. So they're really at the very beginning of that test assessment, and the same one they will continue in throughout 5th grade. Again, it's a new experience for them, being a multiple choice. In reading, we teach our children to think critically, analytically, and develop discourse around literature. And for some students, taking that, transferring that is not natural from authentic text to then a multiple choice computer generated assessment, which spans skills between 2nd and 5th grade. But again, 76% of the students in reading are in those top 3 bands right now. And we are continuing to see growth on a daily basis. And we look at this and then with all of our other reading assessments, really analyze each student individually. All right, Dan, next slides. The next few slides you will see highlight growth targets. NWEA has computer generated growth targets for students that we are given, and it really is based on NWA metrics, because for our students who are taking it the first time, there's no historical data for those individual students. So in this chart, you'll see by grade level, the projected growth given by NWEA and where our grade levels fell. One thing to note for the grade level growth projections is that NWEA says that these growth projections are an initial suggestion. You can actually tailor them. And that's stated in their documentation, is that you may want to target those growth projections depending on circumstances. And this is where I think really Weston shines. We know our students. We personalize our instruction, we individualize our instruction, and this gives us one other lens to look at our students through. Next slide, Dan. So this is the second slide. Again, only 2nd grade takes the reading. I also wanted to note, and you'll see this on the other growth projection slides from the other schools, it's important to pay attention to the scales on these, because when you look at this, it looks like a big bar, and you're really only talking about 10 points. So I wanted to make sure that that was noted too. You'll see that again in Patty's slides. This is our combined growth. And again, as Ken was describing at the beginning, for our students, we certainly look at the NWEA generated growth projection and then put that into context of what we know about the students. So the students who made the growth, exceeded the growth, are in the blue, met their growth target are in the green, and the yellow is did not meet it, but they're within that standard error of meeting their growth target. So those students really, statistically may or may not have met their growth projection. They're very close. And again, that's where all of our other information comes into play, similar with the math. We have our unit assessments. We have individual, certainly for reading and for math, we have individual assessments we do with our students as well. Because when you're dealing with 6 and 7-year-olds, it's very helpful to have that one-on-one information, those conversations with the students. Lisa and I were talking about once, I think she was visiting a class, you'll often hear a student, if you ask a student, well, why did you pick that answer? Well, I like the butterflies. They're my favorite. You really have to look at these in the context of the individual students and that moment in time. Because sometimes, particularly with the youngest children, and I would say through all the grades, these are our children that we're talking about. They're not just numbers.
Can I ask a question, or are we waiting till the very end to ask questions?
I think we were going to wait till the end. Dan, can you just pop up the next slide up there? And then this is the reading growth target. Again, looking at the blue and the green and the yellow bands is where we want to see most of our students. Certainly the students in that red band we look closely at. But again, with reading, we're teaching our children through authentic text to analyze, discuss, and progress in their reading. And, we're teaching them how to then transition that into this is a standardized testing environment. It's a computer-based test with multiple choice questions, which is not how we teach, nor is it how we should teach. But it is very helpful information as we work with our data teams, our teachers, and of course our families. And we're looking forward to our parent conferences in March when we can talk about all of the learning and the growth we're seeing in all of our children every day. And I believe the next slide is for WIS, and I will turn it over to my colleague, Patty Falber.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Laura. It's a pleasure to be here tonight to talk a little bit about the progress that our students have made, specifically on the latest MAP assessments. Like Hurlbut, we are really pleased that we're able to increase our math support this year, knowing that math would be an area that would need a little bit more attention as our students are coming off of COVID. They're coming off of the various schooling scenarios that they've experienced, the different ways of learning, both in school and out of school. So we knew that math was really going to be an area of focus for us this year. So in addition to having Carolyn Vinton almost full-time at our school this year, we have Adrienne Dionisio, who used to be Adrienne Dunn, everybody knows her as that, who is supporting our students full-time this year, along with sharing a Gina Laricella from Hurlbut. There's a picture of Adrienne on the screen there working with students in her math room. We are pleased with the results that we have from the winter assessment. Historically, as Laura said, we traditionally have not given this assessment to all of our students. This test has been primarily used as progress monitoring for students who are receiving SRBI support. So this is new data for us to be looking at. It's a new piece of information to see how our typical students are doing overall. Our teachers are learning a lot. We're learning a lot. They're working together with our SILs, with Nicole and I, really taking time to analyze the data that we're getting from this assessment. And keeping in mind always to be measuring it against other information that our teachers are collecting daily on our students. And keeping in mind that it's just a snapshot of what our students can do and what they know. Our curriculum and our instruction, we really are continually not just about acquiring skills and teaching algorithms, especially in math, but it really is focusing on helping our students persevere, helping them to develop deeper conceptual understanding, become better problem solvers and critical thinkers. That's really a focus which the map doesn't always help us see. So that's why we really have to keep in mind always comparing what we're seeing in school and our other assessments that we're giving our students. All of our students at WIST take both the reading and the math assessments. The next slides. So the next several slides indicate how our students are progressing. And the 6 slides that follow present the individual grade results for math and reading. Overall, you'll see that between 72 and 78% of our students are at or above the national grade level mean RIT in math, and between 79 and 81% of our students are scoring at or above the national grade level mean RIT in reading. Looking at by grade level, looking at this information really gives us a good idea how the grade is doing. Certainly we are paying very close attention to those students in the red and the orange, but we really are looking at all of our students to make sure that they're all making progress. This slide shows how all three of our grades are doing achievement-wise. For both, and this is in math, so the fall achievement versus the winter achievement. You'll note that there is a bigger percentage of our students that fall in that combination, that blue and the green bars on this pie chart. If you flip between the two, you'll see that they're doing better in the reading than they are in the math, which is what we expected. So. The next slide is what Laura was talking about, which is the math growth summary that is given to us from NWEA. It represents how much the students have grown in relation to what NWEA predicts that they should grow. It's a computer's best guess on their RIT scores of where they should be. Note that on the math, you're looking at half point increments, so that in grade 3, the suggested growth is 1 point, so that they're off by 1 RIT point, where in 4th and 5th grade, they either meet the suggested growth, and in 5th grade, they're a little bit above that growth. In reading, you'll see sort of the opposite, which is interesting, how in 3rd grade, our students met exactly what they were predicted, what the computer tells them that they should grow. And then and it goes a little bit under so it's 1 point up in 5th grade. There's talking to Alex Lucian, who's our CIL, lots of reasons for that. Certainly it's a lot more text that they're reading, it's smaller font. We weren't terribly surprised by that. This is showing our growth for the school. Again, going back to what Ken said, the different colors that our students, so 56% of our students met their targeted growth. Another 22% are within 1 or 2 points. I really want to point out, though, that students in the red doesn't mean that they didn't make any growth at all. They just didn't meet their growth target that the computer said that they should meet. But they are still making progress, and we are looking at these students very carefully to make sure that if they're not making progress, where they're having difficulty. This is the reading one. Obviously, it's pretty similar, but almost 80% of our students are meeting their projected growth targets, which we're really, really proud of. And we use this data continually as a piece of all the assessment tools that we have for our teachers. So I'm going to turn it over at this point now for middle school. Sorry if I'm talking really quickly, but I know we want to get through all these slides.
No, thank you very much, Patty. And it's a pleasure to be here to talk to everybody about the middle school and our NWEA MAP scores. It's nice to go after Laura and Patty because everything they said basically applies to the middle school as well. At our school, we have all 3 grades taking the assessments in both math and reading. And we are just at a point, I'm not going to read all of the bullets to you, but I would just say, just to highlight the fact that we are really digging into this data. This is that time of year when teachers are meeting with their evaluators, they're meeting with their principals, the assistant principals, to talk about their progress towards their goals. They're bringing data, not just looking at the MAP data, but all of the data, the assessments, the interim assessment blocks, unit tests, document-based questions. And it's not just math and reading, it's throughout the entire school. But we are really focusing that curriculum partner time so that grade level like subject teachers can really dig deep into this. So one of the things that came out of that, and you see Peter Dye, one of our 7th grade English teachers in that picture, he has been really at the forefront of analyzing deeply the MAP data over the last several years, digging into the different growth reports, helping to lead professional development with his colleagues, along with Lindsay Murphy, one of our reading specialists. And then that has then gone on to help social studies teachers, and even we've used their expertise to dig into the math as well with Michelle Clark, our math specialist. But what's come out of those conversations about data is the desire to go beyond just what the NWA MAP reports can tell us, and really focus on the strengths of that Tableau system, the data analytics program that Dan DeVito has shared with our staff. And they're actually clamoring, they're asking for more access to more licenses so that they can also understand their students better in the learning that's taking place. One of the things I will talk about later is our concentrated focus on Math 7 and Math 8, and you'll see why when we get to those grade levels. We are also very excited about the new academic workshop model, which is part of our peer teaming, the peer teaming model that we will be able to return to next academic year, because that really provides not only the dedicated time for teachers to meet with their curriculum partners, but also it provides access to teachers for students during the day. And it really, we're able to tailor the goals of that program to fall in line with our objectives in math and language arts. Next slide, please. So I can go through these slides fairly quickly. What you will notice here is that in math, our RIT scores fall basically between 74 and 85% of our students are at the mean, the national grade level mean RIT or higher. And in reading, it's 81 to 86%. So you can just see that as we go through. And next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. So this is just our overall achievement. This would be all 3 grades combined, where they were in the fall, just as you saw with the other schools, and where they are in the winter. Next slide. And this is reading, the 3 grades combined, fall and winter. So these are the growth slides. All 3 grades are represented here. And again, I just want to point out that the scale here is a half a point. So that's 6th grade was 1 point below the projected growth on average versus the observed growth. 7th grade just about nailed it. And it looks like 8th grade was maybe a 1/4 point below the projected growth. And there's reading. Again, and there it's a 1 point scale. And then overall, you're looking at our math growth. And as people said before, I guess in the blue, obviously those are the students who solidly met their growth goal, their growth target. The yes, in layman's terms, I guess, is just they made it, but within that few points. And then the yellow is they didn't make it, but they were close to making it. So the teachers are obviously digging in. They're looking at those students carefully, especially the ones in the yellow and the red. That's where they're going to really see what's going on there. Next slide. So let me talk a little bit about why I said our focus in 7th and 8th grade is really on the Math 7 and the Math 8. This is our algebra students. You're seeing all of them are above the national mean. So that's the 7th grade algebra class. Next slide, please. This is the Math 7. So Math 7 is where there's a lot more work to do. There's a lot more variability it's a much more heterogeneous group of students in their math ability. So you see, this is the area where we really want to target the curriculum practices. When Dr. Craw talked about those learning walks, what are we doing to help push all students into a higher percentile band? Geometry, 8th grade, similar to what we saw in 7th grade algebra. They're all in the top band, 81st to 100th percentile. We want to keep them growing, but they're already achieving very highly. This is 8 algebra, again, extremely high. Virtually all of them are at or above the national mean. They're above the 50th percentile. And then we have Math 8, that same type of variability that we're seeing with Math 7. So this is what our curriculum instructional leader, Janine Russo, is working on. All of us, the administrators, the teachers, we're digging into this data. And one of the things that we have learned just in digging deep and talking with the teachers is that sometimes it really is a question of, what's been introduced. We know that in some of these standard level classes, it could be the geometry or the statistics that really just has not been addressed yet in the curriculum. But those are, things that it's important to know as they interpret the data and know what they need to do in the classroom through differentiation to meet the needs of the students, so that all of our students will grow. Next slide. These are the growth slides in algebra, Math 7, geometry, algebra 8, and Math 8. All right, so that's the end of my part. I think I throw it back to either Dr. Craw or Mrs. Wolak for some wrap up and then questions.
Thank you, Mr. Joke. So I love the picture slides of our staff, and I always try to end in connecting again the teachers, and many of them are here, math teachers that work with our children, and to remember that they are committed to developing our students' potential, to give them the encouragement so they will keep on learning. Love the ideas of the challenges, whether it be at the higher end. You see Mr. Sadler, our AP Calc teacher, or Ms. Garcia, our AP Statistics, to when I see Mrs. Baccaro there, who is our math para at Hurlbut, sorting and getting all of the manipulatives ready, to Ms. Noble, who was doing intervention there. And then you have Ms. Pando, Ms. Arasic, and Mr. Reddington at the middle school. Clearly, there's more work. This is a work in progress. As we said at the very beginning, we did not test in the winter. It was just the students that were involved in intervention. We thought it was important to test everyone 3 times a year. We've also tested the Algebra 1 students at the high school, and Ms. Cavoni and the math teachers were involved in that, because we want to really ensure that our standard level students are, that we identify any needs that they may have, and that we meet those needs head on. Because as you know, part of a portrait of a graduate is to be able to, problem solve quantitatively, and to, we want our kids, to be blunt, to succeed in 4 years of math at Weston High School, so that when they continue on to college, they are well prepared. So we are happy to entertain any questions. I know it went through a little bit quickly, but we did want to get it all in. And I want to thank the team, because it was a group effort to explain this. Sometimes the data can look a little bit confusing when you look at the different ways that you can slice and dice it. I guess the takeaway is that we are slicing and dicing it every way that we possibly can to figure out, we pride ourselves on personalization. So we know our kids, who are the kids in the different colors, and how can we ensure that they are growing at an appropriate rate.
Thank you. This is a great presentation, very detailed. Thank you. Thank you for putting this together and for going through it. I have one kind of question. Maybe this is a takeaway, maybe for the future. You know, you have your goals and targets, right? But the slides really don't compare the results. I mean, a lot of the results are compared to national averages rather than what you're being measured against, which is your goal and your targets, right? So it would be nice to actually look at the results against the goals you're trying to achieve, rather than looking at it versus natural. You know, we are clearly, our expectation is that we're going to beat the national averages on just about everything we do. It's the goals that we thought were going to be a bit of stretch goals for this year. But one thing that would be helpful is sort of in the future, maybe a summary to say, you know, I'm pretty simple-minded. This is where we are. This is our goal. This is how much we missed. This, did we go up or down? Did we get further away or closer? And then we can kind of do the same next time and see if we're inching closer or inching away, right? I mean, just very simple. That was kind of a comment, but because I think that's kind of important. I think that's important to do, because that's what we're being measured. You know, that's what we're all being measured against. You know, it would be great to for each of the building administrators to maybe take a look at, you know, to kind of maybe in words kind of say, all right, this is what we're happy with. This is where we think we were, you know, this is where we put our resources and we think we're getting what we expected. This is where we put our resources, but maybe we're not getting exactly what we expected. And what are we doing about it between now and the next time we have another data point?
Would you like to hear from each principal?
Yeah, that I don't know. I mean, that would be good, just to get the a little bit more of the action points, the resulting action points of that. You know, this data obviously informed you to either do the same or do something different. So it'd be good to hear what that is.
If I could start, I just want to give a little maybe color to the conversations that I'm having with teachers.
Right.
We're digging down to the actual student.
Right.
One of the charts that we look at, it looks like the mood meter. It's got and it shows us which students are in that top quadrant that are the high performing, high growth. And those are just our success stories. We have then just below that, we have the high performing, but low growth.
Mm-hmm.
So how can we push them? And we talk about what do we need to do to push those students? Then we look over the left-hand side of the students that are low performing, but high growth in that top area. And it warms the teachers' hearts when they see those students and they know that that's the student that's also working with one of our, like the math interventionist or the reading interventionist. And they've made such growth, even though they're not quite at the 61st percentile yet. And then of course we have the few students in that lower band that we're really, really concerned about trying to figure out what's going on there. But it's so detailed on which kids, you know, really met our expectations and succeeded and which ones we're still struggling to try to help. But I think my takeaway is that I'm so excited that the teachers are excited about the data and what it tells them and how they can use that data.
Great. Thanks, Dan.
Patty,
yeah, I was going to say, I'm going to piggyback. It's interesting what you said, Dan, because I wanted to mention, it's too bad we couldn't show that quadrant, because I think that is what really brings it. We print it out per class level. So our teachers really look at their students for both reading and for math. And you can see it right on the quadrant where their student is, how far up they went and for growth, how far over they are with achievement. And the conversations this year have been much deeper, and we're really looking at individual students and then really comparing them to what they're seeing. Does this data make sense to what you're seeing every day in the classroom. You know, has the student been receiving intervention? Do they need to receive intervention? Are they, you know, is it that, you know, that this data is not really accurate for whatever reason it is, whether, you know, there's been a lot of illness or whatever.
Yeah.
I think, you know, I had a really great conversation actually with Adrian today. We're talking about the students that she's servicing, and really we just need to keep going. You know, our students for the last year and a half, 2 years, have really had to learn math sometimes on their own, or sometimes without manipulatives, or not working in small groups or with partnerships. And so we're really changing that now and getting them back into really into the tools that help our students learn deeper and really think more about math. So I think we just sort of have to keep going with what we're doing.
Right.
Laura?
Yeah, I can add on to everything Dan and Patty have been speaking to is very similar at the elementary level too. We're always looking for next steps for each and every child. Certainly the teachers are already digging into this. We have our PD time tomorrow afternoon where we're going to be looking even deeper at this and looking at the data in relationship to goal setting, future units that are coming up. You know, certainly it was very helpful for us to have some winter data to look at in our data team meetings. We meet 3 times a year to look at every single child in our building and their reading and their math achievement across multiple measures, and NWA being one of them. So sometimes it's really helped us look at, oh, well, let's see, geometry is really why they didn't meet their growth target. Okay, we haven't taught that unit that's coming up in March or April. Dan spoke to that a little earlier, and that's important to remember too, because we really, when we work with our students and we're teaching units, we want to bring them to mastery. Some districts have spiral curriculums, you know, they touch on a little bit of everything throughout the year. So there's exposure across all those different areas. And NWA, when we look at the individual scores, we're able to look at the different content areas and see like, okay, well, that makes sense because geometry is really what brought their score down, but we haven't taught that yet. For some students, it was very helpful to see their stamina for test taking, because this is a new experience at Hurlbut Elementary for our youngest students to be learning to take these kinds of tests. Maybe they don't, you know, we look at the time they took the test in 15, 16, 17 minutes. Okay, they really didn't give enough time to each question. You know, maybe they got overwhelmed, maybe they don't have the stamina, and those are, that's helpful information for us as we look to the spring administration.
Ms. Scavone, I don't know if you wish to add anything about what we're doing at the high school level, because we certainly don't want to forget that. You know, we were concerned with the, you know, the current 9th graders coming up, because as the other principals said, there's been gaps there because of the situation.
Sure. I'll just note for everyone that this is the first year that the high school has been involved in MAP testing, and it has been a learning experience all around for our staff, and something that we're still working through in terms of how best to use that data in the way that Patty explained, to sort of confirm what we already know about students and to help push us forward in terms of how to help them improve. As part of the decision-making process, when we looked at who would be taking the test, we opted not to administer the winter test, and that is very much because of the timing of that test and how that coincided with midterm exams. We did not want students to feel overwhelmed at the prospect of testing, MAP testing at the same time that they were preparing for midterm exams. So we do intend to administer again the spring administration, and we will look at the growth specifically on the MAP testing at that point. But that is to say, we're also at the mid-year looking at the midterm information and going back to Ken's chart on the triangle of assessments, if you will. How does all of the data sort of combine to paint a picture of where students are and what their needs are? How does the standardized data confirm what teachers know on a daily basis and what they see in class through those formative assessments? And where does it differ? And sometimes that's the most complex place to be, you know, when we have a student who is performing well in terms of their grades and maybe has a high GPA, but is struggling on some of these standardized measures, and how best to support those kinds of students. So all this to say, I did not specifically present this evening, but there is a lot of data that we are wading through and looking at and measuring, and our teachers are very highly involved in looking again at the individual student level, monitoring for progress. We identified students early in the year who struggled on the fall assessment, and decided sort of on timelines for monitoring of their progress and looking at intervention strategies for those students. So I'm very encouraged by this process and by the dialogue that is very tied to the data and to different measures of data. I think it's really important. Just going back again to that triangle, assessment is a complex process. Understanding what students know is difficult. And they show it in different ways. So as much as we can use different data points to paint the picture, that helps us, and it really helps our teachers to best target the path forward for students. And again, to Dan's point about differentiating the instruction to be sure that we're targeting what we're doing in the best possible way. So I'm kind of a data nerd. Dan DeVito likes to say that too, but these conversations are always really exciting for me. And when we have these mid-year conversations with teachers and they're bringing in student work and they want to talk about error analysis and data and, you know, what are we doing? It's really a wonderful thing to see because it speaks to the level of commitment that they have for our students.
Yeah. If I were to, Julie, if I were to create a, if I were to kind of create a word map with the word that stands out is amongst all the answers is data, right? And I think that it seems that, just from talking to Lisa, it seems that, we're just stepping up a very data-driven approach going down to the classroom and the individual student in order to, ultimately diagnose issues and take corrective actions where necessary, which I think is great to see, Questions, comments from the board?
Yeah, sorry.
Bernie, go ahead. Be my guest.
Okay. Sorry. Looking at the map in the context of it being a single data point, and this being the mid-year review, if we were to pull in some of those other formative things that have been doing, how does that change our assessment, or is it telling the same story as the map data? Are there any other stories that we're hearing from some of the other things that we're looking at so that we can get a more complete, full mid-year review?
I can jump in here. Bernie, thank you for that question, because when I think of data, I like to think of it even broader, obviously, than one measure, but I think of it as evidence. There's both qualitative and quantitative information that we're all collecting right now from multiple measures. We do not have the Fountas and Pinnell reading assessment information. We should just about have that in the next few days, which we'll be able to pull together and compare that to the MAP data. Today I was talking with Andrea Noble and talking about a couple of students and who we had, been monitoring, had a goal for, because they were in that orange band of performance, and we had strategies the teacher was using, and we were so excited to see that those students moved into the yellow band. And the expectation is with that Fountas and Pinnell that those students will likely have moved as well. And so we want to triangulate this information and just round out the picture, because growth is really key. And the goal that we set for the district in all of these grades was an achievement goal related to MAP. Right? It didn't bring all these other pieces of information in. And even with MAP, now we have a baseline for looking at targets for growth. And so when you take achievement and you also, going back to Lisa's first slide, having a growth mindset, I think that's key when we bring in other assessments, and you bring in unit assessment information. We do have that and looking at that, and that's very promising. But there is, I mean, there's work ahead still, you know, and I think where we end up at the end of the year, we'll have a better sense of, you know, what strategies were most effective practices that we want to, you know, replicate further.
The other thing is that, you know, Ken mentioned we did 200 walkthroughs, and we're having John Antonetti, the walkthrough guru, come back again to help us and continue the work. Yeah, I'd love to be able to do another 100 of them and then have people look at the building level and what do these data walkthrough, what do these learning walks say about what we're seeing in instruction, specifically in math, because it's very interesting. You know, my experience with it is sometimes teachers think they're doing it and maybe they are, but not at the level that they think they are. So it also helps them with their professional development. You know, if I may, I think that I go back to Dr. Pesco's question at the beginning with looking at national and then looking at specifically at our goals. As you can see, like, our principals come alive when they start talking about this. So does Dr. Craw. It's very passionate. We're very passionate about this, and I'm really pleased with the commitment to data. So I would suggest perhaps we continue this discussion or give continued an update next month in our progress in these areas, because it is really important, and there are significant funds, quite frankly, in the budget to go to these areas, as well as by then I will post the other goal progress, and we can look at a few of those things, because you know, I feel that there's a certain level of accountability that we need to. You know,
that's I think that's
Absolutely.
great. I think this is such
agree.
a this is kind of why we're here. I think this is really important topics, and I think that if we could extend the discussion and really extend this discussion and then review the other goals, I think that would be a great continuation. I think that, you know, we're getting to a little after 10, as much as, you know, we're used to our board meetings going long. It might be a good idea just to have fresh eyes on this.
Speaking of which, at this time, I would very much like ask the principals to please leave. They are up very early. They're in early. A few of us are able to perhaps stay, you know, come in a little bit later, but not them. So thank you all for hanging in there, principals. We appreciate it. Sorry, Dan DeVito, you still get to stay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thanks for hanging in there, and have a good night. Okay. Discussion regarding in-person board meetings for the future. So, what you want to do?
Well, I can just give a real brief summary of what we talked about at communication today.
Yes, thanks.
Yeah.
So at communication today, basically what we talked about was how to sort of merge or create a hybrid environment where people at home get the same experience they've had, but we meet in person. And I think I could sum it up by saying three things maybe: money, time, and a little bit of prayer, maybe. What we basically determined was, from a functionality perspective, there's a pretty potential, we're not there today. We don't have the technology to do what we, I think, deliver now, as far as like the home experience that people get when they virtually tune in from home. And Jan even showed us a little clip, which maybe you could share with us to kind of say what people would see today if we were to be in person. But there was interest in going back to in person, but it will come initially at a cost of the quality for what people get when they are remote will be nothing like what we deliver today.
Yeah, I think one of the public comments this earlier tonight, 4 hours ago, was about how important, the quality of the interaction is and seeing facial expressions. And that's why we needed to go back to in person. And the fact of the matter is that 90% of the people who want to watch the meeting aren't coming to the meeting. And if they want to stream it, they're going to have terrible view of people's facial reactions. So being in person actually undermines that goal. So if we can do this, as David's calling it, the merge of this platform you're seeing here and an in-person, that would be ideal, but we're not there yet.
Well, let's separate. I mean, there is there's a lot of thoughts out there and a lot of comments based on the fact that a big portion of the population thinks that this is solely COVID related, right? And I want to. That's not really the discussion we were having. This is right. This is related to the quality. Really, it's the quality of the meeting that we're really concerned about, because we've been in meetings in person where the only ones in the room are us and the PTO reps.
Yeah, and Tony, I have to say, let's dive in here on how we feel about it, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
I'm perfectly happy to go back to in-person meetings. I have no problem. I'm not afraid to do it. I'll be wearing a mask, but that's just me, because I will wear a mask. I will go back to those meetings and we will be together in one room. And if people want to come, they have public comment just like they do here. There's no interaction. There's no back and forth. It's just public comment just like it is here. So, I don't feel strongly one way or another that we shouldn't go back. I'm quite happy to go back. Again, what's best for the public as far as their ability to see us, hear us, and contribute public comment? I don't think it's any different. I think this is actually better quality, but I'm, when push comes to shove, I'm not opposed.
Yeah.
Tony, I think it might be part of a bigger conversation that's taking place in our community, which is if you separate out, the schools are for all intent and purposes closed to parents.
Yeah.
And I think
and town facilities.
Right.
Right. But I think that what people might be saying to some small extent is that if we go back in person, it starts to set a trend that the schools are reopening. And we didn't really discuss this at communication, but it's some of the feedback I've heard. And then some people tonight either alluded to it or mentioned it. I think that there's just an interest in getting back to some level of normalcy. And I think if schools were more accessible to parents, if that's the direction we're heading in, I think I heard one parent tonight say that, they haven't been in a school in 100 days or something like that. Another parent said something along the lines of, they haven't even met their teachers. So I think there's just an interest in getting us back in person to sort of set the tone.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think I would love to see what the Board of Selectmen are going to do and what the Board of Finance are going to do as well in the next couple of months. But that's besides the point. Yeah. So then, from a technical perspective, what are the option one is it is what it is, and we go back to that format where actually parents will have to, who are watching, who are participating, will have to access the presentations because they won't be able to really see them on the screen. Or we can upgrade the technology. So I'm assuming that there's some thought on what an upgraded technology would look like.
Well, we talked about that, and Dan can weigh in on it. But I think from a timeline perspective, if we're talking about potentially returning to in-person at our next Board of Ed meeting, we probably need to, just sort of know what we're going to be able to deliver to the community, and then
it's what we had before.
Yeah. And I think that we have to be honest with ourselves that remote participation will be difficult at best. And I think,
yeah, there is
right?
there's no remote participation. It's in person. And there'll be, there'll be some, we'll stream it in the way it was streamed before.
And I
So
did want to jump in from a technical perspective. We've discussed this, and we've talked about this a few times. We discussed it at this morning's communication meeting. I showed a quick clip or screenshot of what it would look like if we were to stream the meeting on our YouTube live channel, which we were doing beforehand. So kudos to the district pre-pandemic for streaming the meetings. But like you said, Tony, and like David and I and everybody we talked about today, like we don't have an input for the projector, right? So if we're showing a presentation during the board meeting, the camera is focused on the projector. So it's not a direct feed. So like how I just presented my screen and everybody on YouTube saw my screen, they're seeing a camera videotaping a screen. So, and just to temper expectations, I'm just going to do that. I just want to show this real quick. This is what our prior Board of Ed meetings look like. Now, this isn't full screen. Let me full screen that. This is from January of 2020, right? So this is the quality we're going to get. The only difference is we did upgrade the microphone system this past summer. So the audio will be in better shape than it was prior. But that is all we updated for that meeting space.
Now, what happens? Okay, let's say we decide to do that, right? And we go through 2 meetings and nobody shows up. Can we kind of talk about going back? I mean, I'm just throwing it out there. Do we try it? And then if we don't get anybody participating in person, do we have another conversation saying this might not have worked so well? I don't know.
Are there any, because I know that when Bernadette and I went to that CABE training session a while ago, I marked it in my notes somewhere that it was somewhere through April 2022 that various boards of education had until April 2022. We were able to meet on Zoom online. We didn't have to meet in person. Is there any legal precedents or any legal guidelines as to whether or not we have to meet in person?
I don't know. Part of the executive orders, Melissa, do you know? I wonder. I was wondering.
I don't know. I can certainly look into it.
I wonder if that was in the package of executive orders.
Yeah. I know, like I said, it was April 2022. We had until April 2022 before, I think we were either required to go back in person or that we had been given that time to meet online, but hadn't specified. So, and I'm in tapping.
Our council, Sharon, hasn't reached out to us and told us we're in violation of something or about to be in violation of something by not going back in person. Okay. So I'd be surprised if that were the case, but I don't know.
I'm perfectly happy to go. I'm perfectly happy to go back in person. I have no qualms about it whatsoever. But the whole reason why we opted not to was because we had a better reach, right? So if we go back in person, Tony, to your point, and suddenly it's us and the PTO reps, wouldn't everybody be a little bit more comfortable at home where you can just kind of cover your camera and go to the bathroom quickly and get a cup of tea and come back and sit down, as opposed to like missing out on a part of the meeting or just 4 hours in the auditorium where people don't have the option of having a more interactive role with us.
So what would it take to have like all the bells and whistles to have this hybrid? You can be remote. You can, it's the
well, and the other
meta version of the BOE meeting.
And the other question to go with that, Dan, is investing in technology in the middle school. And we've had this discussion before where the middle school is not necessarily the place we want to start, rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic, as it were.
So there's options that we could potentially look into. I do not know what the pricing would be to go in some type of hybrid scenario. You know, I know that there are some school districts that have like a robot camera that follow the person speaking. I do not know the pricing offhand for that. What I will say is last year's budget, I had gotten a quote to replace the video system with a similar video cameras that were placed, you know, in the ceilings that could be adjusted. That was $35,000. That's not for a hybrid scenario. So that's just for a frame of reference. So there's two pieces. There's how do we make it hybrid? I'm confident that our back-end unit, which is called the TriCaster, would be able to handle a hybrid type of environment, provided we have the technology connected to it. So it's one, getting the price. Two, actually getting the equipment installed, because we are not the only school district currently having this type of discussion. I know that there are school districts that have already gone back to in-person, but there are still plenty who are virtual. So there would be a wait and a lead time that I do not know right now how long it would take. So let's say we went back next month, just as a hypothetical. I may not be able to get the equipment, and we may not, you know, authorize the purchase and get the equipment installed for months. So we will go back to how we were pre-pandemic for X amount of time, which I would agree is a degradation in integrity comparing to how meetings are virtual. If someone was to watch the live stream.
Now, Dan, can we, I forgot, does the camera now capture all of the board members and all of the administrators?
In a non-socially distanced environment, we have multiple cameras. But like what one of the videos I happened to show, Ken was talking during the meeting, but you couldn't see Ken's face. Because we have multiple cameras. So toggling back and forth, because there's a person in the studio who's running the camera, but even them to be able to toggle back and forth, it may not be fast enough. So if we were to just replace that, it would be a similar setup where we may not catch the person speaking. They're going to be speaking off camera.
I'm okay with that, by the way, for me.
Tony, one of the things that came up that, you know, we talked about earlier, kind of to the point that you just asked, which is that, you know, Dan showed us the clip at communication, and other than us knowing Ken's voice, you would have no way of knowing if you were home who was speaking. And, you know, we all know Ken's voice, but I don't think, so I'm wondering if, you know, we got feedback tonight, for example, the people in the waiting room, or at least I got a message, the people in the waiting room were not able to, did not hear anything as far as the Zoom. So maybe what we ought to be doing is looking at the webinar license for Zoom. Where when you're talking about investing money in something, the webinar license might get us a lot more bang for the buck and ultimately give people, so.
What's the ballpark on a webinar license? Just out of curiosity, Dan. I know that
it's honestly, it's not expensive. The problem is that I've been asking the vendor for a quote for months, and they are so slammed they won't get back to me. So it's getting to the point where I'm just going to purchase it and deal with it afterwards, just to get the license out there. So from a cost perspective, I'm not even worried about, I wouldn't even worry about the cost. Like you're talking, we'd only need one license for the webinar feature, and it would be attached to me who runs the meetings. And it's under like $2,000 for that license for the year.
Oh, all right. That's very reasonable.
But I think what it comes down to is, what is the impetus? What is the benefit to going back in person? And I think we don't know that. We hear people asking for us to go back in person, but if we then cut off the interactive nature of remote, is that, you know, be careful what you ask for, right? Because I think we all agree for us to go back, and I'd love to have an opportunity to sit around the table with the rest of you. On a,
it's overrated. It's overrated.
The table's really big, like we're far away from each other. And also, can I just also suggest something? And that is, we had a very tough topic that we had to talk about today. And as you know, the community is very, very vocal and charged up about it and wanted to be heard, as we saw, 55 participants in the meeting tonight. And the lead up to this meeting was about wanting this meeting in person. And I get it. I totally get that. 55 people is a critical mass of people in one room who wanted to kind of express that passionate energy to the board in person. And I get that. It does translate to a much bigger wave of passion when you're in person and you have that many people there in the room. I'm not sure that every meeting is like that. We could do virtual meetings from here on in, because that was the big meeting where there were a lot of people in the room that wanted to speak and wanted, that sort of critical mass visually and in person. So as you said, if we went in person, Tony, and no one shows up other than us, that's kind of the answer. Do you know what I mean? It sort of speaks for itself.
Yeah.
I also did want to bring up, not just for Board of Ed regular meetings, but for subcommittee meetings, the spaces that the subcommittee in-person meetings were held, there was no easy way to record the meetings.
I would not recommend committee meetings going back live. I think that there's the advantage of committee meetings being remote, huge amount of advantages.
Huge.
Especially, I mean, participation, I think, is better. And also, committee members have lives. They're all over, this is time of the day usually where they're working, traveling to work, going to meetings, having meetings, moving, shuttling their kids around, and being able to just participate from wherever they are is just so valuable for committees. I would not move.
Plus this administration's time. I mean, all the administrators that meet with us at the committee meetings, are traveling between the schools, which takes them away, to be able to just zoom in from wherever they are and then zoom back out again is a savings for them for the committee meeting.
I mean, I don't know. It's not just administrators. For example, at the curriculum meeting, we bring a lot of teachers to the table and different people like that. And the amount of time that they will lose, they used to lose, getting in the car, driving down, getting someone to cover a class that it went over. It added stress, quite frankly. I would agree. I mean, I'm always here. So for me, in-person board meetings, it is what it is. But
you can make some exceptions, right? Like if the annual curriculum update, which is a really great meeting, with all the sills and, that's sure. If we want to get together for that one meeting, but I actually think that with the presentations, the slide presentations and the reports, it's better on Zoom. We see it better. So.
Tony, historically, I guess this question is mostly directed to you and Melissa, just with the most amount of institutional knowledge, and you too, Taffy. But historically, can you predict heading into a meeting, community interest?
Committee meeting?
Community. No. So in other words, like we knew that tonight's meeting was going to it was going to be attended well, right? Yeah. Because we saw, we got the emails, we heard about it. So historically speaking, do you have?
Not really. I mean, that if there's a hot topic, and we've received a lot of emails in advance, that we invite people to come to the meeting and provide public comment. So you get some sense, but generally speaking, I mean, in all my time on the board, the meeting that had the most participants was one where there was a question around budget discussions of whether or not we were going to let the theater spot go. And there must have been 50 theater students there, all that saying, we love her, we don't want her to go.
Although the public comments were actually very exciting.
They were. It was awesome. But
Yeah.
that was honestly, I think that was and every other meeting I've been to, I want to say there was never more than 10 people ever.
No, there was only two. And I mean, budget meetings get a few more people usually.
But generally there's two to 8 people at any
Right,
meeting.
in budget meetings. And then there was the theater, some decisions around theater and budget that drew a big crowd. And then the baseball fields. Yeah, the fields.
I attended. I was one of the people in the audience for the baseball.
Yeah, the fields, the condition of the fields.
I was there too.
That was the other. And other than that, it's pretty sparse. But that's beside, a little bit, I guess, besides the point here.
Yeah.
It is and it isn't. I kind of, there's a tone aspect of it, which I agree with David on that in terms of, I think a lot of parents link this to kind of the schools opening up a little bit more. I think there's a message there that I think, I appreciate. I don't know, if that's something we really need to act on or not. I am so, I would go, I would go in person. It's not an issue. I mean,
I just think
I don't know.
We have to consider it based on 2 clear priorities. One is we have work to do, and if we can get it done more efficiently here, then we should. And the second one is the public needs to be heard because our work is for them and for their children. And so if this is the venue where they can be heard and can understand us, then that's our answer. Do you know what I mean? I mean, it's really about those 2 things.
Yeah, but I think no, I think you're right, Taffy, but I think it's, I think that's overcomplicating it a little bit because, I feel like right now the parents are writing in and saying they want us to go in person. And I feel like, that's who we're representing. And if that's what they want, and they're telling us what they want, then we should do what they want. They may be not appreciating the difference in quality.
Right.
In sound and presentation. They may not understand that. We haven't, really had a in-depth conversation about that, or maybe they didn't hear it when we did, but that's their right. And then I think what'll happen is we go in person and we're going to hear from people that really liked Zooming in from their office in Manhattan or wherever after they put the kids to bed. And now they can't really do that as effectively. And then we may hear from those parents. And then we may have to revisit, but
sure,
that may be inefficient.
But I think we're nimble.
My word, I love it.
Word of the night.
Word for the evening.
I agree. I think we're good. I have no. I mean, if we go back,
data-driven and nimble.
Yeah, that's right.
If we end up going back, I think that we should just keep an eye on the numbers and listen again. And if people are complaining because they like the Zoom and the numbers are down, back to Zoom we go. I don't know. I mean, unless there's some sort of like cost hurdle or something to us going in person.
Listen,
are we going to make a decision tonight on this?
Yeah, we should.
Yeah. All right.
I think we ought to consider going back for the next meeting. I think we know what we're going to wind up with. We're going to wind up predominantly with a room full of us.
Or not, who knows? Yeah, like maybe, yeah. But
here's the kicker. Here's the kicker. I'm not going to be here for the next meeting. Sorry, guys. I'm going to be out of the country. So
would you? Would you, if we were remote, would you Zoom in, or you would not be in the meeting of which way?
Every single time that I've traveled, I've always Zoomed in to the meetings, always. So I would, but if I don't have to, don't worry. It's going to be a fun vacation this time.
Yeah, like April, I will be out of the state. Like April, I won't be able to join. I'll probably be on the phone, right?
I think Lisa.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Lisa. Yeah.
I want to add something. Actually, Dr. Cora texted me, and it's something that you might want to consider. When we were on Zoom, we started at 6. 6 might not be the best time for the public to come. When we were in person, we started at 7.
7, right.
So I want to put that out there because, I mean, you heard people trying to put their kids to bed and everything else. It might need to start a little bit later if it was in person.
Yeah, I also, Lisa, you're right. I mean, I think about that parent who was in the car. Don't remember his
They're
name.
not home yet. Yeah.
Right.
But
And
ironically, he was one who was saying he wanted the meeting in person. I was like,
Oh.
that's a little ironic.
right, but he would not be at that. He would not have had an opportunity to speak to us had it not been for Zoom. And then I heard in the background many people say or allude to, sorry for the noise, my family just came in, or just fed the kids dinner or whatever, right? And I think really what it comes down to is the group of people who are multitasking, right? They're participating in our meetings and taking care of things at work and at home. That opportunity either goes away or is significantly negatively impacted. So, I mean, I think I have no problem going back in person, but if I were to look at it from a delivery perspective and what is the best method to get, to have an opportunity to talk with the members of the community, it's this.
Yeah, and the webinar, and I agree with you, going to more of a webinar format would actually make it that much better.
Maybe what we do is we see about going that format and asking for feedback, and maybe at the next meeting, we just carve out 5 minutes where Dan can show kind of, if we go back in April, hey, let's try this out for March, the webinar feature. And if you still aren't happy, this is what April would look like.
Yeah.
And,
Well, I mean, I don't know. I just keep coming back to, like, the public has told people that care about this issue have told us what they want. They've said it very clearly, very unambiguously. They understand that, they have to travel to the school to attend it.
But
I
did they
think
tell
we
us
have-
did they tell us what they want for strictly this meeting? Because they wanted to be heard about this particular.
I mean, I think a lot of the comments were about this, but a lot were board meetings should be in person. Other towns are in person. You should be in person. We want to be able to engage with you if we want to. And, that might be it too, the optionality. Like, they may enjoy the sense that, we're their elected representatives and we're at this place on this day at this time. And if they want to, they can come and talk to us, and they can come that early and talk to us, or stay late and talk to us after. That may be part of it too. But I feel like we're engaging in a very thoughtful conversation right now about what's in their best interest, which is, I think, a very important objective that we're doing. I don't think there's any ill will or dishonesty or anything. I mean, we're trying to achieve the best result for them, but you have to contrast that with they're telling us what they want. And I don't know how you ignore that and say, well, we hear you, but we think this other thing's better actually for you. I think you have to give it a try. And if we then hear, hey, oops, we really wanted it in person, but
I think
kind of like it
everyone
the other
has
way.
a very misconception of what in-person means. I think that given the way technology has gone, I think people have this view that we can kind of do in-person, remote, hybrid option, and it all kind of is going to work great. I have a feeling there's a misconception of what the technology is going to look like.
Then we change again.
And then we, so I'm okay. So I'm ready to say, let's just go in March in person. And to Melissa's point, this is one of the easy ones where we can really answer to public, requests quite easily. We just get in our cars and drive to school and have this meeting and see how it feels. And we can always reserve the right to change our minds in April or June if the numbers are really not there.
I'm fine. I mean, I'm fine with that. I have no.
I'm fine with you guys being in person in March. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, let's make sure we have a quorum.
Yeah, I'm fine with in person too. If we do the in person next month, will we stay with the 6 o'clock start time, or will we talk about moving it?
We will probably, we may have, this all may be moot because we may have an executive session. That's usually the way it worked. We had executive sessions at 6 and then a full board meeting. It's starting at 7. I think having executive session at 5 in person is going to be very difficult for some people.
Yeah.
So we're going to have to go to an executive session at 6, meeting at 7, which is going to make, these meetings, when you consider travel time to the school, back home, which is not, whatever, it makes for a long evening, but I'm, listen, if that's what everyone wants to try, we'll give it a try. The one thing that I always hated is that the principals were at another table.
Me too.
We have to change that. Lisa.
I hated that. We are a team and we all should be at that table.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree more. And we're moving on 5 hours now for this meeting. So I'm going to
yeah.
vote
Well,
to,
we still have
to move us along.
Oh, you've had longer ones.
Starting to see double at this stage.
Yeah.
So we'll go in person for the next one. Is that everyone okay?
All in favor? Aye.
We don't really need a motion for this.
We don't need a motion.
We need a consensus here.
Okay.
Yeah. Peter? Anything?
Yes, I'm still with everyone.
Okay.
Just to finish it up, yes, the Zoom platform evidently tonight shows that it's effective, right? Everyone really got to say what they had to say. We had a great discussion among us, but looks like we're going to go in person because we're going to see if we can replicate sort of camaraderie, but also the connection. And I'm going literature on y'all again because it's like Geoffrey Chaucer, right? All good things must come to an end, right?
Yeah.
Zoom was great, but we're gonna give this a shot. So let's do it.
But to that end, Tony, so we go back in person March, we kind of get a feel for how things are both operationally for us as a board and for what the remote people see. We can always say this is not where we want to be. And then April, go back to remote and give Dan.
We'll do the webinar. We'll do kind of a webinar approach, but let's see what March is. Let's see who shows up. People are going to understand that if they want a public comment, they have to show up in person. There is no other option for that. And that's the way it goes. Dan, it's on, even when it's on the YouTube channel, right? Still?
Even when we go back in person, we will still be streaming the meeting live on our YouTube channel.
Okay. Yeah, we're gonna have to change all the stuff on the meeting agenda, Jody, for the next month. Which is gonna make it easier for you, a lot easier.
I'll let you know that after the meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jody, don't go ordering the easy button quite yet.
No.
Or check the return policy before you do.
Okay. Yeah. So let's go to the next. So we have some policy work to do. Melissa, you're up.
Oh my God.
All right, Taffy, I'll keep it brief. So there's 3 steps that we need to go through. And I think if I explain it really briefly right now, we'll all be on the same page, and to accomplish what we want to do, we'll just have 3 quick motions and votes. I'm going to read the motions because the language needs to be very precise. So first, in order to basically repeal our mask policy and be able to go mask optional in accordance with what Lisa wants to do and what she wrote in her letter, we're constrained by our bylaws because we're required to meet twice at regularly scheduled meetings. So we have to first move to suspend our bylaws for just this evening. Then we need to second vote to repeal our previous policy on masking. And then we need to adopt the policy that was attached to the board book that I hope you all had an opportunity to at least see. But it's a broad policy because for all the reasons we discussed earlier, we don't have any guidance from the state yet. We don't have the information that's necessary. But what it does is it gives Lisa the authority to implement that as it comes along. So it's basically a placeholder. We have a policy meeting coming up, an emergency one that we scheduled so that we can kind of, in anticipating this state guidance, that we can then start to work through ways that we can modify the policy. So I think what we'll do tonight is adopt it so that Lisa has that flexibility should the government do what we expect them to do. And then we can modify as a board based on public feedback, based on administration feedback, based on whatever the state says, and continue to modify it as often as necessary. But without anything in place, we don't have the flexibility to really do anything. So we need something there. I hope that makes sense. Are we generally on board?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, so I'll make the first motion. If anybody wants to discuss anything, why don't we do it now rather than in between all these, because they're kind of a package deal. Does anybody have any questions or concerns?
Oh, it's letters E, F, and G, right? That's the
No,
package deal? Oh,
it is, but the motion language has changed a little bit because based on some of the things that have been happening rather quickly. So it's generally there, but it's tweaked a little bit. So you'll see. So the first motion is I move that the Weston Board of Education suspend the Board of Education bylaw 9311 in accordance with Board of Education bylaw 9314 for the duration of the board's February 15th, 2022 regular meeting, and for the purpose of taking prompt action in response to the legislative changes that were made on February 15th, 2022.
So moved.
Can we have a second?
second.
I second.
Okay,
Got a
any
lot of
discussion? No?
Kathy, actually, this is David's. I'm giving it to David. I took the last one. Sorry.
Oh, I second it. I have no discussion. Good.
Okay, great. Let's vote then. All in favor?
Aye, Taffy.
Hi, Sharon.
Hi, Melissa.
Hi, Bernadette.
Hi, David.
Hi, Peter.
Hi, Tony.
Okay, so that passes. I'm going to go ahead and make a motion for the second step in our three-part process here. I move that the Weston Board of Education repeal the Board of Education's policy 5132.1 and implementing regulations regarding face masks to be effective upon repeal of the statewide mask mandate in schools by the Commissioners of Education and Early Childhood. Can I have a second?
So moved.
So moved. All right, and a second.
Second.
Thanks.
I second. Sharon.
Okay. All right. All in favor?
Aye,
Hi,
Taffy.
Sharon.
I'm Melissa.
Hi, Bernadette.
Hi, David.
Hi, Peter.
Hi, Tony.
Okay. Well, that one passes as well. And then I'll just make the third motion now, which is I move that the Weston Board of Education approve the policy concerning health and safety protocols related to COVID-19.
So moved.
Okay, can I have a second?
Second.
Great.
Sure.
All in favor?
Aye, Taffy.
Hi, Sharon.
I'm Melissa.
Hi, Bernadette.
Hi, David.
Hi, Peter.
Hi, Tony.
Okay, that passes. And then we will, policy committee, we will dig into that a little bit more at the policy meeting, and hopefully we'll have the state level guidance at that time.
Yes.
Great. Thanks, Melissa. Thanks for
Thank you.
navigating all of that and doing that upfront work to get this all together quickly.
It's awesome to have a lawyer on board, right?
Yes.
Let me send a special thank you to Jody, who posted all this in time as I was frantically writing it. So thank you, Jody.
No, as Sharon said, it's really good to have an attorney on the board. Thank you, Melissa.
Yeah. Yes,
Oh, sure.
absolutely. Phil, you're up. Just like old times.
Just like old times. So things are heading, as of January, things are heading in what I consider to be the right direction. Given time as usual, you guys know that I like the gift of time because it helps things to become that much clearer. So with that said, we have reduced our anticipated expenditure through year end, and this is just based on current trends that we're seeing for the year to date. So we've reduced expenditure. Well, net adjustment is approximately $130,000, which has increased the projected year end balance to $191,593. There's a few things that led to this. And again, everything is based in trends. We reduced our expenditures as it related to our bus aids. We're not using as many bus aids as we originally thought. In addition to that, we're also sharing that with our transportation provider, Relia. We've also reduced our homebound tutors. We are utilizing services for students who are homebound, but we're just not using salaried staff to do that. We're using professional services to do that. We've made adjustments for our for encumbrances relating to health insurance to the tune of approximately $80,000. And we have technically increased expenditures as it relates to diesel, electricity, and for equipment. And we have seen a slight increase in our tuition, non-resident tuition, and our preschool tuition for a tune of approximately $8,400. So all in, we're definitely heading in the right direction. We will definitely continue to have some conversation as we remain over the next couple of weeks to see if there's any possibility of using any surplus that we may have in this year to mitigate budgets in future years. So that's the update on the financial. I'm going to start everything together as it relates to dental. Things are continuing to be as planned. We're definitely in a good place for our dental claims as well. And that is the end of the update, unless anyone has any questions.
Yeah, generally, we're in a good place so far, so good.
Yes, definitely so far, so good. Yeah. I always like to put that caveat out there that things can change very, very quickly, as we know can happen, as we've seen in the past. But things are looking good though.
Great, thanks, Phil. Can we have a motion?
Move that the Weston Board of Education approve the January 2022 financial report.
Second. Sharon?
I second. Yeah, sorry, I was muted.
Yes. All in favor?
Hi, Taffy.
Hi, Sharon.
Hi, Melissa.
Hi, Bernadette.
Hi, David.
Hi, Peter.
Hi, Tony. All opposed? Okay, motion passes. We're almost at the very end of our agenda. Lisa, do you have anything in the superintendent's report?
Sure, just very quickly. So it's the high school principal search update. We have posted the position. It's posted on our website. It's posted on Connecticut Week. We are also it's either in process or it's been just posted on NEMNET, which is a national diversity recruitment and consulting site. And that was part of us. You know, we had an HR diversity components within our HR plan to expand to broaden our search, if you will. Next week we will be sending out surveys we're going to survey parents grades 8 through 12, students 8 through 12. I think it's important to get feedback on the type of principal and different traits and things they're looking for. Dan DeVito's helping us craft the surveys. Dr. Craw and I sat down with Terry Kavanaugh and prepared them, the different traits, and it's, rate what you think is important, basically. We also are going to do an evening Zoom for our Google Meet for parents in those levels if they want to log on and have a focus group type discussion, as well as talking to the student government kids. And then there also will be some ad mingles at the school to, again, solicit feedback from staff. We are extending the deadline by a week. It's going to be mid-March that the people can apply, and we're pretty much on target, I guess I would say. So.
And you're going to have you're going to put together a search committee, right, for the interview process?
Yes, we've got that almost finalized, but there's going to be teacher reps, a parent rep. It's not going to be too huge because sometimes that becomes a little bit intimidating, but there's going to be representatives from the different groups on the committee.
Does a board member sit on that committee? No, eh?
Yes, a board member / parent will sit on the committee.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's
it. Thank you, Lisa. Anything from the committee chairs?
I have a really quick curriculum committee update. I just wanted to share that in our February meeting, the committee discussed the preliminary results of the developmental relationship and drug and alcohol survey that was conducted in the middle school and high school student area. The administrators, in conjunction with the ADAP team, are analyzing the data right now. So there should be a presentation in the March BOE meeting with their findings. So stay tuned.
Thank you, Bernie. On finance and operations, I think the only thing we'll have that facilities optimization committee March 2nd community conversation. I think at the next board meeting, we'll have Tecton come and talk about some of the interesting options they're looking at. So we'll have an opportunity to discuss that then. I figured we had a lot to do this evening. We're going to have that community conversation on March 2nd. So the next board meeting, we'll get an update from Tecton.
Tony, you probably need to let Tecton know it's going to be an in-person.
Yeah. That's right.
And that's going to significant, and again, the public viewing of that documentation is going to be an eye opener. It's going to be a big eye opener for the difference.
True. That's true. Yeah.
How am I going to be able to watch it?
It's also posted, isn't it? Do they?
Yeah, it's posted. It's posted. So everyone has to go to the computer and bring it up. And yeah, that's Back to the Future. So let's see. That's it for tonight. So thank you everyone. The administration that's here and that left, and the board members who hung in through the whole meeting. I thought this was a really long but extremely valuable meeting that we had. We're going to have a special meeting probably next week at some point when we learn more, and then we'll take it from there. Anything else from any of the board members, or should we just call it a night? Okay, we'll call it a night. Kava, Lisa, any? Oh, no. Oh, okay.
She was waving goodbye. Yeah.
Have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Okay, second?
Sharon.
All right, great. Meeting adjourned.